Hey friends, about 70% of folks watching my videos aren't subscribed. If you enjoy these stories, consider subscribing. It really helps the channel grow. Drop a like, leave a comment, and let me know where you're tuning in from. My name is Alex Morgan, and for the past 8 years I've led a team responsible for protecting over 200,000 acres of pristine wilderness. As a senior park ranger at Blackwood National Forest, I spent most of my adult life traversing its dense pines and mapping its hidden streams. The woods have always been my sanctuary, but mythical creatures. Despite my extensive experience in these woods, I've never believed in monsters or supernatural entities. The forest holds many dangers: bears, mountain lions, treacherous terrain. The ranger's cabin sits on the eastern edge of the park, a rustic wooden structure that serves as our base of operation. Those always right through the line. Tonight, rain pelts against the windows as 5 of us huddle around the stone fireplace. Mugs of coffee warm our hands after a long day of trail maintenance. Tell Alex about what happened on Miller's Ridge last month, says Jenkins, nudging Eddie with his elbow. Eddie Torres has been my closest friend since ranger training. At 42, he's 5 years my senior and has been working these woods since before I arrived. Unlike me, Eddie believed in the unexplainable. So our colleagues prompt him to continue. You'll just say I was seeing things, Eddie replies, but the eager glances from... I was doing the northern perimeter check about 2 miles past to make it back. It was getting dark, but I still had enough light. Miller's Ridge, where the old hunting cabins are. Then the temperature dropped. Not gradually, but all at once, like someone had opened a freezer door. Within seconds, I could see my breath. The fire crackles, casting long shadows. That's when I heard it, across the cabin walls as Eddie leans forward, whispering my name through the trees. This sounded like someone. I called out thinking a hiker might be lost, but no one answered. Then I saw something move between the pines, too tall to be a person, too thin to be a bear. Jenkins interjects, Wendigo. Not this again. I roll my eyes. Mock all you want, Jenkins continues. But the Algonquin people warned about these forests. They say the Wendigo was once human, transformed by starvation and cannibalism into something monstrous. Always hungry, never satisfied. It's cursed to wander these woods. Controls the weather, I ask sarcastically. And I suppose it also causes GPS devices to malfunction and... Actually, yes, Eddie says quietly. They bring cold and confusion with them, makes their prey get lost. I shake my head. Legend says, look, I respect indigenous folklore, but there's always a rational explanation. Sudden temperature drops. Animals make strange calls that sound human. Happen in mountain valleys. People get disoriented and you haven't been here as long as some of us, remarks Linda. Almost the woods all the time. Experienced ranger at 63. At 30, there are things in these woods that science can't explain. The conversation shifts as Ryan, our newest ranger, brings in the logbook. An analytical. A kindred spirit who doesn't buy into the supernatural nonsense. We got 3 more incident reports today, he announces, flipping through pages. 2 hiking groups reported disembodied voices near Echo Canyon, and a family of campers packed up at 2 a.m. because they kept hearing footsteps around their tent. Probably deer, I offer, or maybe raccoons. They get... Ryan nods but continues. Bob around campsites. The Hendersons, that family that rents the big cabin every summer, said it. They reported a rotting meat smell so intense they couldn't stay. Dead animal somewhere, I reply automatically. Bats came and went like it was following them. What I thought, Ryan agreed.
But get this. They said the smell moved
Like it would be on the north side of the cabin, then suddenly on the east, then gone completely, then back again. I shrug. Wind patterns in the valley can be unpredictable. Stronger. Udi and Jenkins exchange a knowing look that irritates me. I've heard variations of these stories my entire career, and they always have natural explanations. Weed, animals, human psychology. People come to the wilderness expecting to be scared, so their minds manufacture fear from ordinary occurrences. Lightning flashes, momentarily illuminating the cabin. The park radio crackles to life. Blackwood Station, this is dispatch over. Bush's voice belongs to the person who manages emergency calls. I grab the receiver. This is Blackwood. Go ahead. We've got another report, different from the others. A group of college students camping near Wildcat Creek has sent in photos of what they're describing as a humanoid figure watching their campsite from the tree line. My pulse quickens despite my skepticism. Did they approach it? No, they didn't. They said it was extraordinarily tall, estimated at least 7 feet. They're pretty shaken up. They tried to shine their flashlights at it, but disappeared. I glanced at Eddie, whose expression has turned grave. We'll check it out first thing tomorrow. Send the photos through. But before I can set down the receiver, Marcia continues. There's more. They said they found what looked like animal remains near their campsite, but arranged in a pattern. Are describing it as ritualistic. The cabin falls silent. Even I can't dismiss this so easily. Animal remains deliberately arranged suggests human activity, possibly dangerous human activity. Tell them to pack up immediately and hike back to the ranger station on the main trail. We'll send a team out tonight to investigate. After signing off, I turn to the others. I need volunteers. Eddie stands immediately. He'll lead the team. You sure? I ask. I know that area better than anyone, he replies, avoiding my eyes. I can tell he's thinking about the Wendigo stories, but I appreciate his professionalism. Jenkins, Linda, and 2 other rangers volunteer to join him. Eddie pulls me aside. I know you don't believe, he says quietly, but promise me something. As they prepare, gathering flashlights, first aid kits, and radios, if we don't make it back by morning, don't come looking alone. I laugh nervously. You'll be fine. It's probably just some kids playing pranks. Just promise me, Alex. Eddie's face remains serious. Fine, I say, humoring him. I promise. As they head out into the rainy night, I can't shake a sense of unease. But something in Eddie's eyes has planted a seed of doubt. Little did I know that within Roger tells me they'll find a reasonable explanation for everything. That seed would grow into full-blown terror, and I would never look at these woods the same way again. Woody arrived with a thick fog draped over the forest like a burial shroud. I stood at the cabin. They should have reported back hours ago. Entrance scanning the mist-covered path for any sign of Eddie's team. The coffee in my mug had gone cold, but I couldn't bring myself to go inside to reheat it. Something was wrong. Ryan joined me on the porch, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced. Still nothing. I consent. Radio silence since 2 a.m., I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. Maybe their radios died. Last transmission said they were heading toward the South Ridge to get a better view of the area. The cold can drain batteries faster, Ryan offered. I checked my watch again. It was 9:47 a.m. The new protocol, if communication goes down, they head back immediately. The radio on my hip crackled and I grabbed it so quickly I nearly dropped it. This is Blackwood Station. Go ahead, I said, holding my breath. Alex, it's Jenkins. His voice was strained, barely audible through the static. We're coming back. Jenkins, what happened? Need medical. Rosette? Jenkins, to copy. The static intensified. The audio fell silent. Get the first aid kits ready and call dispatch. I turned to Ryan. Tell them we might need emergency transport. Within 20 minutes, a commotion erupted from the trail. Through the mist emerged 5 figures, not 6. Jenkins led the group, his face ashen, supporting Linda, who limped beside him. The others followed behind, visibly shaken. Eddie was nowhere to be seen. I rushed forward. "Where's Eddie?" Jenkins couldn't meet my eyes. We lost him. Inside the cabin, as Ryan tended to Linda's twisted ankle and the others warmed themselves by the fire, Jenkins recounted their night. They had reached the students' campsite around midnight, finding it abandoned, except for the students' belongings. The arranged animal remains were confirmed, deer parts positioned in a circular pattern. We split up to search the area, Jenkins explained, his hands trembling around his coffee mug. Standard guard pattern, pairs, radio check every 15 minutes. What happened? Eddie was with me. I pressed. The air felt wrong, heavy like before a thunderstorm, but worse. Around 2 a.m. everything changed. The temperature plummeted, we could see our breath instantly. The others nodded in confirmation. Then what sounded like whispers. Our radios started picking up interference and static. Eddie thought he heard someone calling for help. He tried to triangulate the source, but it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Linda interrupted, her voice hoarse. The GPS went haywire too. Mine showed we were 5 miles east of where we actually were. Eddie decided we should head toward where we thought the voice was strongest, Jenkins continued. Near the old ravine. That's when things got really strange. It got darker than normal darkness, but like the mine light was being consumed. I felt a chill run down my spine, despite my skepticism. We heard something moving through the trees, fast, too fast to be human. Jenkins paused, swallowing hard. Eddie spotted it first and said it was watching us from between the pines. What was it? I asked, my mouth dry. I only caught a glimpse, tall, impossibly tall, thin, of the wrong proportions, and the smell. Jenkins gagged at the memory like death and rotting meat. Eddie told us to fall back, regroup at the campsite. Linda nodded. We all smelled it. Came on suddenly, then disappeared just as fast. But as we turned to go, we heard a sound. Jenkins closed his eyes like branches breaking, but not branches, bones. Ryan, who had been listening silently, interjected. Did you actually see anything clearly? Could it have been a bear? Standing up? Jenkins shook his head. Bears don't move like that. This thing it does like it bend in ways nothing should bend. Where exactly did you lose Eddie? On practical matters. I pressed, trying to focus. That's just it. New sound, no struggle, just vanished. 1 second he was right beside me, and the next he was gone. We searched for hours, called until our voices gave out. Nothing. I stood abruptly, grabbing my pack. I'm going out there. Alex. No. Jenkins caught my arm. You promised, Eddie. That was before he went missing. I snapped, yanking free. Listen to me, Jenkins said firmly. Whatever's out there, it's not something we're equipped to handle alone. We need more people, proper gear, a coordinated search. I knew he was right, but the thought of my rational mind warred with my instincts, and he alone in those woods, possibly injured, was unbearable. Find a logical explanation versus acknowledge that something truly unusual had occurred. Fine, I conceded. We do this by the book. Full search party, teams of 3. No one goes anywhere alone. Within hours, we had assembled the largest search operation in the park's history. 12 rangers, including myself as team leader, plus search and rescue volunteers from neighboring counties. We established a base camp at the original incident site, equipped with satellite phones, emergency medical supplies, and enough provisions for 3 days. As I briefed the teams, I maintained my composure, sticking to facts and procedures. But inside, doubt gnawed at me. What if Jenkins and the others were right? What if something inexplicable was happening in my forest? Just before sunset, as teams prepared for the night search, Ryan approached me by the command tent. "I found something you should see," he said quietly, unfolding a map. "I've been marking all the incident reports from the past month. Look at the pattern. The marks formed a near-perfect circle with Eddie's disappearance at the center. Could be coincidence," I said. "I'm convinced by my own words." Ryan handed me a weathered book. "I also found this in the archives. It's a journal from 1879, written by the first park warden. Third hunter missing this winter." I opened it to a marked page and read January. "The Algonquin guide refuses to enter the northern valley. Says it belongs to the Wendigo now. Claims the beast can mimic human voices to lure prey. I dismiss such tales as superstition. But now I wonder." A chill ran through me as I closed the journal. "Let's focus on finding Eddie. We can discuss folklore later." I checked my flashlight, radio, GPS, trying to ignore the voice in my head whispering that none of it would matter if what we faced wasn't natural. As darkness fell over the forest, we donned our gear and prepared to enter the woods. "Stay in your groups," I instructed the assembled teams. "Make a radio check every 30 minutes. If anyone feels something's wrong, you call it in immediately." I turned to face the darkening forest, steeling myself for what lay ahead. Let's bring Eddie home. The forest at night is a different world. Daytime's gentle rustle of leaves becomes an ominous whisper. Familiar trails transform into passages to nowhere. I've always respected the nighttime forest, but I've never feared it. Shadows gain dimension and depth, playing tricks on even the most experienced eyes. Until now, I led the primary search team with Ryan and a veteran ranger named Miguel. Our 12-person team split into 4 groups of 3. The night air was unseasonably cold for September. Our breath was visible in the beams of our flashlights. We took the most direct route toward the ravine where Eddie was last seen, while other teams fanned out to cover adjacent areas. "Stay tight," I instructed as we moved through the trees. Miguel tied a strip of bright orange ribbon to a branch as we pressed forward. He'd been a ranger almost as long as Eddie. "Mark your path every 50 yards. His weather-beaten face was a map of the decades spent outdoors. He carried not only standard gear, but also a small leather pouch of what he called protection herbs given to him by his Apache grandmother. Like me, Miguel never dismissed the old stories. "You sensing anything, Miguel?" Ryan asked, half joking. Miguel didn't smile. "The forest is too quiet," he said. He was right. Normally, even at night, the woods hum with life, the distant hoot of owls, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the chorus of insects. But around us was an unnatural silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. 2 hours into our search, we reached a clearing near the ravine. The moonlight cast everything in silver, illuminating a small stream that curved around the perimeter before disappearing into the trees. I checked my GPS and radioed our position to base camp. "Any sign of the other teams?" "Team 2 reporting normal conditions to the east," came the reply. "Teams 3 and 4 haven't checked in for the last scheduled report." My stomach tightened. "Try them again." "We've been trying." No response. I exchanged glances with Ryan and Miguel. "Mark this location," I said. "Well, continue toward the ravine, then circle back if we don't find anything." As we left the clearing, I noticed Miguel pause, running his fingers along a tree trunk. "What is it?" I asked. "It's claw marks," he replied, his voice low. "Fresh. I examined the marks. 4 parallel gouges in the bark, too high and too wide to be from a bear. Mountain lion, maybe? I suggested, not believing it myself. Miguel shook his head, but said nothing. We followed the stream toward the ravine, our flashlights cutting through the... We followed the stream toward the ravine, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The terrain grew steeper, forcing us to pick our way carefully over rocks and exposed roots. The silence intensified, pressing against my ears like cotton wool. Check the temperature. Reading, I said to Ryan, who carried a digital thermometer. 31 degrees, he replied. Confusion in his voice. That can be right. It was 48 back at the clearing. I was about to question the reading when our radios crackled with static. Then emitted a sound that froze my blood. A distant, echoing cry for help. Did you hear that? Ryan whispered. The voice came again, louder this time. Help me, please. It was Eddie's voice. Eddie, I shouted, forgetting protocol. Eddie, where are you? Miguel grabbed my arm. Don't. You want. It might not be him. The voice echoed again, coming from somewhere ahead, deeper into the ravine. Alex, help me. My instinct told me to run toward it, but Miguel's grip tightened. Think, Alex. Eddie wouldn't call out like that if something was hunting you. I hesitated, torn between my desperate need to find my friend and the warning bells clanging in my mind. Then Ryan pointed his flashlight beam toward the ravine edge. Look, he whispered. At the edge of the light stood a deer, motionless, staring at us. Its eyes reflected the beam, 2 glowing orbs in the darkness. But something was wrong. The deer's posture was unnatural, its body too still. Ryan stepped forward and the deer remained frozen. Another step and we saw why. The deer was dead, propped upright on sticks like a macabre puppet, its chest cavity emptied, ribcage exposed. Jesus Christ, Ryan gasped, stumbling backward. The radio static intensified and Eddie's voice called again. Closer this time. I can see you, Alex. Come quickly. Miguel pulled something from his pouch, a small bundle of dried herbs, and crushed it between his fingers. We need to go back. Now, I couldn't move, my eyes fixed on the mutilated deer. This was beyond any animal attack or human vandalism I'd ever seen. The precision of it, the deliberate positioning, it was a message or a warning. The air grew colder, our breath forming thick clouds. The temperature display on Ryan's equipment now read 26 degrees. Alex, Ryan urged, tugging at my jacket. We should listen to Miguel. I finally tore my gaze from the deer. We can leave Eddie. That's not Eddie calling, Miguel said with certainty. Trust me. As if in response, the voice changed, becoming distorted, multiple tones layering over each other until it was no longer recognizable as human. The radio went dead, the flashlights flickered, and the forest plunged into darkness. I fumbled for the spare flashlight in my pack, finally managing to switch it on. Ryan and Miguel did the same, our 3 beams creating small islands of light in the oppressive blackness. Back to the clearing, I ordered, my skepticism finally giving way to primal fear. Now we turned only to realize with horror that the trail markers were gone. The orange ribbons Miguel had tied had vanished, leaving no trace of our path. This isn't possible, Ryan muttered, checking his GPS. The screen showed only static. The compass, I suggested. Miguel pulled his from his pocket. The needle spun wildly, unable to find north. A twig snapped in the darkness beyond our flashlight beams, then another. Something was moving through the forest around us. Don't run, Miguel whispered. Whatever happens, stay together. The snapping sounds continued, circling us, drawing closer. I strained my eyes, trying to glimpse whatever was out there. The beam of my flashlight caught a flash of movement, something tall and thin slipping between distant trees. "Did you see that?" I hissed. Before they could answer, a powerful stench washed over us. The unmistakable odor of rotting flesh. So intense it made my eyes water. Ryan gagged, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. "It's hunting us," Miguel said quietly. Another snap, much closer. My flashlight beam swept the area and briefly illuminated a figure standing between two pines. Unnaturally tall, skeletal thin, with limbs too long for its torso. It vanished the instant the light touched it, but not before I glimpsed yellowed eyes gleaming with malevolence. "Run," I shouted. All pretense of calm abandoned. We crashed through the underbrush, no longer concerned with direction, only putting distance between ourselves and the thing in the trees. Branches whipped at our faces. Roots threatened to trip us, but terror drove us forward. The forest blurred around us, landmarks I should have recognized appearing unfamiliar and wrong. We should have reached the clearing again, but instead the trees grew denser, the ground more treacherous. "Stop!" Ryan gasped finally, doubling over to catch his breath. "We're going in circles." He was right. Ahead of us was the same stream we passed earlier. Same rocks, the same fallen log. Somehow we'd been running for what felt like 15 minutes, only to end up where we started. "This isn't natural," I admitted, the words painful to speak aloud. My entire worldview was crumbling, rationality giving way to a terrible new understanding. A branch snapped at behind us. We whirled, flashlights pointed toward the sound. Nothing visible, but the stench returns, stronger than before. "We need to split up," Ryan suggested desperately. "No," Miguel and I said in unison. "That's exactly what it wants," Miguel added. "Divide and conquer." But Ryan was already backing away. "I'm ready to try to circle around to the east," he said. "If I can reach the ridge, I might get radio contact with base camp." Before we could stop him, he turned and disappeared into the trees. "Ryan," I called after him. "Come back." A scream tore through the darkness. Ryan's voice filled with terror, then fell silent. Miguel grabbed my shoulder. "We can't help him now. We can't just listen to me," he interrupted, his face inches from mine. "There's only one way to survive this." He paused. "We have to reach higher ground before dawn. The creature's power is strongest in the valley." I wanted to argue to insist we search for Ryan, but the certainty in Miguel's eyes stopped me. He knew something I didn't, had perhaps always known. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "What's out there?" Miguel hesitated, then spoke the word I'd been refusing to acknowledge. "Wendigo?" The ancient name hung in the air between us, no longer a campfire story or indigenous legend, but a present reality stalking us through the trees. Everything I thought I knew about the rational world seemed fragile and naive. "How do we fight it?" I asked. "You don't," Miguel replied grimly. "We survive the night. If we can make it to sunrise, we might have a chance to find the others." We set off again, moving more cautiously now, heading uphill toward the ridge that overlooked the valley. The cloud intensified with each step, frost forming on fallen leaves that shouldn't have seen frost for another month. "Miguel," I said quietly as we climbed, "if we don't make it, I'm sorry I never believed." He nodded without turning. "Some things you have to see to believe." We were nearing the ridge when the whispering started. Voices too faint to distinguish words, but unmistakably human in cadence. They seemed to come from all around us, rising and falling like waves. "Ignore them," Miguel instructed. "They're not real." The one voice rose above the others. Ryan's voice, pained and desperate. "It's Alex. It has me." "Please," I faltered, my resolve weakening. What if it really was Ryan? What if he was still alive, needing help? Miguel saw my hesitation. "It's using your friend against you, that's what it does." The whispering intensified, joined now by Eddie's voice, then Jenkins, then Linda's. A chorus of familiar voices begging for help. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the voices continued inside my head. Almost there, Miguel encouraged as we neared the top of the ridge. "Just a little." He never finished the sentence. A shadow detached itself from the trees ahead, moving with impossible speed. Miguel was lifted off his feet, yanked upward into the darkness. His scream cut off abruptly, leaving only the echo bouncing between the trees. I stood alone on the forest path, my flashlight beam trembling as I pointed it wildly in all directions. My breath came in ragged gasps, forming clouds in the frigid air. Miguel was gone. Ryan was gone. I was alone with whatever had taken them. The stench returned, overwhelming now, and with it came a sound. A low, rattling growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath my feet. Slowly, I turned toward the source. It stood not 20 feet away, fully revealed in the moonlight that broke through the canopy. The Wendigo, no longer a fleeting shadow, but a nightmarish reality. Over 7 feet tall, its emaciated body a grotesque fusion of human and animal features. Skin stretched tight over protruding bones, with patches of matted gray fur clinging to its limbs. Its chest was an open cavity, ribs visible like the bars of a cage. Elongated arms ended in curved claws that dragged along the ground. Its face, what remained of the face, was skull-like, with yellowed teeth too large for its jaw and sunken sockets housing glowing eyes. Those eyes fixed on me, ancient and hungry. In them I saw not just animal predation, but a malevolent intelligence, something that understood fear and savored it. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Every instinct screamed to run, but my body remained frozen in terror. The Wendigo tilted its head, regarding me like a curious predator. Then it smiled, a horrific stretching of its jaw that revealed row upon row of jagged teeth. It knew my name, Alex, it whispered, a sound like leaves rustling over grave dirt. "I've been waiting for you." And then it lunged. I ran. There was no conscious decision, no weighing of options. Just pure survival instinct taking control. My legs pumped beneath me, carrying me away from the monster and down the ridge path I just climbed. Leonard screamed that I was heading the wrong way, back into the valley where Miguel had warned the creature's power was strongest, but terror overrode everything else. Behind me, branches snapped and undergrowth crushed as the Wendigo gave chase. Its movements were unnaturally fluid for something so large, flowing through the forest like smoke between trees. I could hear its breathing, ragged, hungry huffs that seemed to be right up my neck no matter how fast I ran. My lungs burned. Sweat froze on my skin in the unnatural cold. I vaulted over fallen logs, crashed through brambles that tore at my clothes and skin, splashed through the icy stream without slowing. Every few seconds I'd risk a glance backward, catching glimpses of the creature. Sometimes directly behind me, sometimes off to the side, as if it were toying with me. Join the chase. The forest became a blur of shadows and moonlight. I had no idea where I was, knowing no plan beyond putting distance between myself and those yellowed claws. The terrain grew more rugged, the ground sloping downward into a part of the forest I didn't recognize. Had I veered off the established trails? Was I now in the deepest part of the wilderness? The root caught my foot, sending me sprawling. I hit the ground hard, the impact driving the breath from my lungs. My flashlight flew from my hand, rolling away and blinking out, plunging into near total darkness. Pain shot through my ankle as I scrambled to rise, putting weight on what was surely a sprain. The forest went silent. No footsteps, no breathing, no rattling growl. Had I lost it? I strained my eyes against the darkness, seeing only the vague shapes of trees, silhouetted against the night sky. Slowly I bent to retrieve my backup flashlight from my belt, wincing as my injured ankle protested. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but empty forest. I swept it in a full circle, heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give away. In my position. Nothing moved. The stench of decay had vanished. Leaning against a tree, I tried to get my bearings. Our radio was gone, lost somewhere during the frantic chase. The GPS in my pocket was still useless, the screen showing nothing but static. I had no idea where I was or which direction would lead me back to the search party's base camp. The adrenaline began to fade, allowing rational thought to return. I needed to find high ground as Miguel had advised. Once there, I could wait for dawn, then use the sun to navigate east toward the ranger station. I just had to survive the night. I took a tentative step, testing my injured ankle. It supported my weight, though pain flared with each step. Gritting my teeth, I began to limp uphill, using trees for support. The forest remained eerily silent as I made my way up the slope. No insects chirping, no night birds calling, not even the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was as if all other life had fled, sensing the predator that now claimed these woods as its hunting grounds. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes, I reached a small outcropping that offered a view of the valley below. In the distance, I could make out tiny pinpricks of light, flashlights from the search teams. They seemed impossibly far away. I was considering trying to signal them somehow. Then when I heard it, a soft whimpering coming from behind a cluster of boulders to my right. Humming sounds, pained and frightened. "Hello," I called quietly, directing my flashlight toward the sound. "Is someone there?" The whimpering stopped, replaced by a hoarse whisper. "Alex? Is that you?" My heart leaped. "Ryan." Thank God, came the I thought I was dead for sure. I can't move. My leg's broken. I hobbled toward the boulders, relief flooding through me. Ryan was alive, but as I rounded the rocks, my flashlight revealed only empty space.
No, Ryan. No injured.
Ranger. Nothing but forest floor and fallen leaves. "Ryan?" I call again, confusion replacing relief. Over here, his voice replied, now coming from several yards to my left. I turned, sweeping the flashlight beam across the area. Again in nothing. Cold realization dawned. Miguel's warning echoed in my mind. "It's using your friend against you. That's what it does." "You're not Ryan," I said aloud, backing away. The voice changed, deepening, distorting. Clever Ranger. It was no longer pretending to be human. The words dragging and slurring together like something unaccustomed to human speech, but not clever enough. The stench returned, washing over me in a putrid wave. From the darkness beyond my flashlight beam came a wet, squelching sound like meat being torn from bone. I turned to run, but my injured ankle gave way beneath me. I collapsed, pain shooting up my leg. The flashlight flew from my hand again, landing several feet away and pointing back at me, illuminating me like a spotlight on a stage. From the shadows behind the light emerged the Wendigo, moving on all fours now, its elongated limbs bending at impossible angles. It circled me slowly, yellow eyes never leaving my face. Blood dripped from its mouth. Fresh blood. "Miguel," I whispered, horrified understanding dawning. The creature's mouth stretched in that terrible approximation of a smile. "Delicious," it hissed, but not enough. Never enough. I scrambled backward, dragging my useless ankle until my back pressed against a tree trunk. There was nowhere left to run. The Wendigo continued its slow circle, savoring my fear, toying with me like a cat with a cornered mouse. "Why?" I asked, desperate to buy time to understand. "Why are you doing this?" paused, head tilted curiously. Hunger, it replied simply. Always hunger? Eddie had pressed.
My friend, is he?
The creature made a sound like broken glass grinding together, a laugh. Alive. For now. The hunger is patient. My mind raced. If Eddie was still alive, there was hope. But I needed to survive first. Needed to find him. Needed to get us both out of these woods. The Wendigo leaned closer, its foul breath washing over my face. Your fear tastes sweet. In that moment, with death inches away, something shifted inside me. Fear gave way to anger. At this creature, at myself for not believing the warnings, and at the entire situation. I reached for my belt knife, the only weapon I had left. "You want to feed?" I challenged. Blade held before me. Come and try. The Wendigo recoiled slightly, seeming surprised by my sudden defiance. Its eyes narrowed, reassessed. Before it could decide on its next move, a gunshot echoed through the forest. The creature jerked, a bullet grazing its shoulder. It hissed, head swiveling toward the source. From the darkness emerged 3 figures, flashlights bobbing, guns raised. The search party had found me. Alex, a familiar voice called. Jenkins. The Wendigo snarled, backing away from me but not retreating. It seemed to be calculating, weighing its hunger against the new threat. "Shoot it," I shouted. "Don't let it escape." More gunshots rang out. One struck the creature in its exposed ribcage, producing a hollow echo. It screamed, a sound like nothing I'd ever heard, high and piercing, vibrating through my skull. Then it turned and vanished into the forest, moving faster than any human eye could follow. Jenkins reached me first, kneeling beside me. "Jesus, Alex," he said. "Are you okay?" "My ankle," I gasped. "But I'm alive." It took Miguel, Ryan too, I think. The other rangers, Davis and Chen, I recognized now, secured the perimeter, guns still raised, scanning the darkness. "We need to get you back to base camp," Jenkins said, helping me to my feet. That thing could come back. No, I refused, gripping his shoulder. "It has Eddie. Alive. We have to find him." Jenkins' face showed conflict. "Alex, we're not equipped for this. Whatever that thing was." "Wendigo," I said flatly. Eddie was right. You were all right, and I need to fix this. Davis approached, expression grim. "There's blood over here, a lot of it, and remain." I closed my eyes thinking of Miguel. Another life lost because of my stubborn disbelief. "We have to keep moving," Chen urged. "It's still out there." Jenkins nodded, supporting me as I limped forward. "Base camp isn't far. We've been searching for hours after you missed your check-in, as we made our slow progress through the forest." I explained everything: the chase, Miguel's warnings, the Wendigo's ability to mimic voices. Jenkins listened without comment, his face growing more troubled with each detail. "It said Eddie's alive," I concluded. "We have to find him before it gets hungry again." Jenkins exchanged glances with Davis. "There's something you should know," he said quietly. 3 more rangers have gone missing since you left. Team 3 never made it back. My blood ran cold. The Wendigos hunting us systematically. "What just us?" Chen added. "We found 2 hikers earlier, what was left of them, like something had fed on them." The forest seemed to close in around us, shadows deepening despite our flashlights. The creature was out there, watching, waiting, and it was growing stronger with each victim. "How do we kill it?" I asked, the question directed at no one in particular. Jenkins shook his head. "Bullets barely phased it." Fire, I remembered suddenly. In the old stories, fire purifies and destroys the Wendigo. Before anyone could respond, a distant scream echoed. Through the trees, human and filled with agony, and another, coming from the direction of base camp. It's attacking the camp, Davis realized, horror in his voice. We quickened our pace as much as my injury allowed, moving as fast as possible toward the base. The screams continued, interspersed with gunshots and shouts of confusion. Whatever was happening, we were too far away to help. By the time we reached the ridge overlooking the base camp, the screams had stopped. Below, the tents were in disarray, some ripped open, others collapsed. Bodies lay scattered across the clearing, rangers, volunteers, search and rescue personnel. No movement, no survivors visible. "Oh God," Chen whispered. Through the devastation moved a tall, skeletal figure, examining the fallen, occasionally bending to feed. The Wendigo had massacred the entire camp. We ducked behind the ridge out of sight. Jenkins looked shell-shocked, his face ashen. There were 15 people down there. It's growing stronger, I realized. With each victim, it gets stronger. "What do we do now?" Davis asked, his voice trembling. I stared at the carnage below, grief and rage building inside me. Eddie was still out there somewhere. And now, so were the answers to all those reports we dismissed. The voices campers heard, the footsteps around tents, the rotting smell that followed hikers. Everything led back to this creature, this ancient evil that had claimed our forest as its hunting ground. "We fight," I said, my resolve hardening. "We find Eddie and we destroy that thing." Jenkins looked at me skeptically. "How?" "You saw what it did to an armed camp." I remembered Miguel's words about the Wendigo's power being strongest in the valley. We need to get to higher ground and we need fire. Lots of it. As the night grew colder around us, we formulated a desperate plan. Our last stand against a monster I'd spent my career denying could exist. Whether we succeeded or joined the growing list of victims, one thing was certain. The forest I loved had been forever changed, and so had I. The trek to higher ground was agonizing. My ankle throbbed with each step, and the knowledge of what lurked in the darkness around us kept our nerves razor sharp. Jenkins supported me on one side, Davis on the other, while Chin took point, her rifle ready. We moved as quietly as possible, avoiding the main trails, using deer paths and dry creek beds to mask our progress. The old fire tower I suggested through gritted teeth, northwest ridge, best vantage point, indefensible. Jenkins nodded. It's abandoned, but the structure should still be sound. The fire tower stood on the highest point in the park, a relic from the days before satellite monitoring. Its height would give us an advantage, Miguel had mentioned, and the metal structure would be easier to defend than the forest floor. Most importantly, it was our best chance to spot Eddie if he was still alive. As we climbed, the air grew marginally warmer, confirming Miguel's theory about the Wendigo's influence being strongest in the valley. My thoughts kept returning to him, to his warnings that I'd dismissed for so long. If I'd listened sooner, perhaps we wouldn't be in this nightmare. "Listen," Chain whispered suddenly, raising her hand. We froze, straining our ears. At first, I heard nothing but the faint rustle of leaves. Then it came, a distant rhythmic sound. Thump, pause, thump, like something heavy being dragged over the forest floor. "It's coming," Davis hissed, panic edging his voice. "No," Jenkins countered, tilting his head. "The sound isn't getting closer. It's consistent." I concentrated on the sound, trying to pinpoint its direction. "It's coming from ahead of us, up the ridge." Chen raised her rifle, peering through the scope toward the sound. After a moment, she lowered it, confusion evident. "There's something up there near the tower. I can't make it out clearly." We continued forward, moving more cautiously now, the mysterious thumping growing louder with each step. As we neared the ridgeline, the trees thinned, allowing moonlight to illuminate our path more clearly. The fire tower loomed ahead, a skeletal silhouette against the night sky, and at its base something moved. We crouched behind a fallen tree, observing from a distance. The thumping continued, now clearly visible in its source, a human figure methodically pounding something against the tower's metal support. Even from 50 yards away, I recognized the broad shoulders and distinctive red jacket. "Hey," I whispered, relief flooding through me, but something was wrong. His movements were stiff, mechanical, and what was he hitting against the tower? Chin used her scope again, then recoiled. "That's not right," she murmured. "What is it?" Hercule demanded. She handed me the rifle wordlessly. I peered through the scope, adjusting the focus until Eddie came clearly into view. Paul was alive, but barely recognizable, his skin pale and waxy, eyes sunken and vacant. In his hands he held what appeared to be a human femur, which he was methodically striking against the metal tower leg. Thump, pause. "Is he possessed?" Davis whispered. Jenkins shook his head enthralled. The legends say the Wendigo can control victims it doesn't immediately consume, forcing them to act as bait or sentries, I added grimly, understanding dawning. He's making noise to attract other rangers, leading them to the Wendigo. The realization was sickening. How many of our colleagues had followed that sound, thinking they'd found Eddie, only to be ambushed by the waiting monster? "We need to get him out of there," I said, determination overriding caution. Jenkins grabbed my arm. "It's a trap, Alex. The Wendigo is nearby, watching. I know that's counting on it." I outlined my plan quickly. Davis and Chen would create a diversion to the east, drawing the Wendigo's attention. Meanwhile, Jenkins and I would approach the tower from the west, incapacitate Eddie if necessary, and get him to safety. "Once we have Eddie," I continued, "we implement phase 2. Shen, what explosives do we have?" She unzipped her pack, revealing emergency flares, a small propane tank for the camp stove, and several road flares. "Not much, but it could work." "The tower's first level still has the old fuel storage," Jenkins added, "left over from when they used gas generators. If it hasn't all evaporated," I nodded. "Well, rig everything we have, lure the Wendigo into the tower, and light it up. Fire purifies." It was a desperate plan with 1,000 ways to fail, but it was all we had. We synchronized our watches and separated, Davis and Chen moving east, while Jenkins helped me limp toward the tower from the opposite direction. As we neared Eddie, I could see more details that turned my stomach. His clothes were torn and blood-stained. Long scratches ran down his face and neck. His eyes stared without blinking, lips moving in a silent chant as he continued his mechanical drumming. "Eddie," I called softly when we were 20 feet away. "Eddie, it's Alex." He showed no sign of hearing, continuing his rhythmic pounding. Jenkins and I exchanged glances, then moved closer. Still no reaction from Eddie. It was as if he wasn't present in his own body. His consciousness submerged beneath the Wendigo's influence. We were 10 feet away when Eddie suddenly stopped, head snapping up with unnatural speed. He turned toward us and I barely suppressed a gasp. His eyes were yellow, the same sulphurous yellow as the Wendigo's. "Alex," he said, his voice wooden and flat. "Till you came. We're here to help you, Eddie," I replied, keeping my voice steady despite the horror coursing through me. "I'm gonna get you out of here." A smile spread across his face. Red Eddie's warm grin, but something cold and predatory. "He said you would come for me. He'd been waiting." Jenkins tensed beside me. "Alex, that's not Eddie talking." "I know," I murmured, louder. I addressed the thing wearing my friend's face. "Where is he?" "The Wendigo?" Eddie's head tilted at an impossible angle. "Everywhere, nowhere. Here's the forest now." From the east came a sudden commotion, shouting, followed by gunshots. The diversion was underway. Eddie's head swiveled toward the sound, nostrils flaring. Now I hissed to Jenkins, We lunged forward. Jenkins tackled Eddie while I fumbled with the zip ties in my pocket. Eddie fought with unnatural strength, nearly throwing Jenkins off despite the ranger's considerable size. I grabbed Eddie's flailing arm, clicking a zip tie around his wrist, then struggled to secure the other. His skin was ice cold to the touch, like handling a corpse. "Sorry about this, buddy," Jenkins muttered, landing a solid punch to Eddie's jaw. The blow should have knocked him unconscious, but Eddie merely blinked. The unnatural yellow glow in his eyes flickered momentarily. More gunshots from the east, closer now. Whatever was happening, it was moving our way. "The tower," I urged. "We need to get him into the tower." Together we half-dragged Eddie toward the fire tower's entrance, his body alternating between violent struggles and eerie stillness. Once inside, Jenkins secured him to a support beam with more zip ties while I searched for the fuel storage. The tower's interior was dusty and abandoned, moonlight filtering through dirty windows. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling and animal droppings littered the floor. In the corner stood a large metal cabinet, the fuel storage. I yanked it open, revealing several containers. Some had leaked, the sharp odor of gasoline still present. 2 containers remained sealed, enough to burn the entire tower if necessary. "The drums are still here," I called to Jenkins. "We've got fuel." A scream pierced the night. Chen's voice cut off abruptly. Then came Davis' panicked shouts, moving rapidly toward the tower. "It's coming," Jenkins warned, checking his rifle. I quickly outlined the final part of the plan. "Get the flares ready. When the Wendigo enters, light the fuel and get out through the back window." Jenkins nodded grimly, positioning himself near Eddie, who had gone unnervingly still, eyes fixed on the entrance. "He comes," Eddie whispered, a smile spreading across his face. Hungry, so hungry. To the tower burst open and Davis stumbled in, blood streaming from a gash across his forehead. "It got Chen," he gasped, right in front of me, just snatched her away. "Where is it now?" I demanded. A low rattling growl answered my question. In the doorway stood the Wendigo, its elongated form silhouetted against the night sky. It tucked its head to enter, claws scraping against the metal floor. The stench of decay flooded the small space, so potent it made my eyes water. In the confined area of the tower, the creature seemed even larger, its limbs folding unnaturally to accommodate the space. Its yellow eyes swept over us, settling on me with terrible recognition. "The unbeliever," it hissed, voice like stones grind together. "Now you believe." "Now," I shouted. Jenkins hurled a flare at the fuel drums, while Davis fired at the Wendigo. The creature moved with blinding speed, dodging most of the bullets. One struck its shoulder, causing it to stumble momentarily. The flare hit the fuel, igniting immediately. Flames erupted, racing across the floor where gasoline had leaked over the years. The fire spread faster than I'd anticipated, engulfing the far wall within seconds. The Wendigo screeched, recoiling from the flames. It turned toward the door, but Jenkins was ready, tossing another flare to block the exit. Fire now surrounded us on 2 sides, the heat intense, smoke beginning to fill the small space. The window yelled, pointing to our planned escape route. But as Davis turned to move, the Wendigo lashed out, claws raking across his back. He screamed, falling forward into the advancing flames. "Davis!" Jenkins shouted, reaching for him, but it was too late. The fire had him, his clothing ignited instantly. The Wendigo turned its attention to us, seemingly less affected by the flames than I'd hoped. It advanced slowly, savoring our fear, confident in its advantage despite the fire. "Free Eddie," I called to Jenkins, who was nearest to where my friend remained bound. Jenkins hesitated, looking between Eddie and the approaching monster. "He's under its control. Just do it." As Jenkins moved toward Eddie, I faced the Wendigo directly. It paused, head tilting curiously. You wanted me, I said, drawing its focus. Here I am. The creature's mouth stretched in that horrible approximation of a smile. Brave ranger, foolish ranger. It lunged faster than I could react. Claws raked my chest, tearing through my jacket and into flesh. Pain exploded across my torso as I fell backward, hitting the floor hard. The Wendigo loomed over me, its decayed face inches from mine. Fetid breath washed over me. Your fear is sweetest, it whispered, almost tenderly. I will save you for last. A shout from behind us came. Eddie's voice, but different now. Clearer. Stronger. Get away from him, you bastard. The Wendigo turned, hissing in surprise. Eddie stood free of his restraints, Jenkins behind him. The yellow glow was gone from Eddie's eyes, replaced by rage and determination. In his hands, he held the propane tank from Chen's pack. Eddie, no, I cried, understanding his intention. It was too late. Eddie charged forward directly into the Wendigo's chest, propane tank held before him. This is for my friends, you son of a bitch. The tank hit the flames just as the Wendigo's claws closed around Eddie. The explosion was deafening in the confined space, a fireball erupting between them. The Wendigo's screech rose to an unbearable pitch as flames engulfed its emaciated form. The force of the blast threw me against the wall. Through blurry vision, I saw Jenkins crawling toward me, his face blackened with soot. The tower was fully ablaze now, metal supports groaning as the heat warped him. Eddie, I gasped, trying to see through the flames and smoke. Jenkins pulled me toward the window. He's gone, Alex. They both are. We have to move now. With the last of my strength, I helped Jenkins break the window. We tumbled out just as the tower's upper level collapsed, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky. We rolled down the slope away from the inferno, finally coming to rest several yards away. From our position, we watched as the fire tower became a pyre, flames shooting 30 feet into the air. Inside, something continued to shriek in an human sound of rage and agony that gradually faded until only the roar of the fire remained. Jenkins helped me sit up. My chest was a mass of pain from the Wendigo's claws. We sat in silence, watching the tower burn, warning our friends who hadn't survived the night. Do you think it's dead? Jenkins finally asked, his voice hoarse from smoke. I stared at the flames, remembering the legend. Fire purifies. Yes, I replied. Though uncertainty lingered, it has to be. As dawn broke over the ridge, casting pale light across the devastated forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that while this nightmare might be over, the forest would never be the same. And neither would I. 3 weeks have passed since the night at the fire tower. The official report calls it a tragic accident, a search party caught in a wildfire resulting in multiple casualties. The media covered it for a few days. Park rangers died heroic rescue attempt. Then the world moved on, as it always does, to the next tragedy, the next headline. But here in Blackwood, nothing is the same. I'm sitting on the porch of my cabin, watching the sun set over the forest. My chest still aches where the Wendigo's claws marked me. 4 parallel scars that the doctor said would never fully fade. A physical reminder, as if I needed one, that some legends are born from terrible truths. The park remains closed indefinitely. The official reason is ecological assessment. Following fire damage. Those of us who survived know the real purpose. To make sure the Wendigo is truly gone. Teams in hazmat suits scoured the fire tower ruins, collecting samples and evidence that will never appear in any public report. I overheard one scientist telling another that some of the remains they found couldn't be classified within known taxonomy. I drain my whiskey and pour another. The alcohol doesn't help with the nightmares, but it dulls the edges of memory during waking hours.
Images.
Still flash unbidden. McGill's face before he was taken. the yellow glow in Eddie's eyes, the Wendigo's skeletal form illuminated by flames. Sometimes I wake up choking on the phantom stench of decay. The screen door creaks and Jenkins steps onto the porch. He looks older now, gray hairs at his temples that weren't there a month ago. He doesn't sleep much either. Thought I'd find you out here, he says, easing into the chair beside me. I offer him the bottle and he accepts with a nod. Me news? I ask. It's become our ritual greeting. They're finishing up at the site tomorrow. No further incidents. Jenkins chooses his words carefully. We don't use certain terms anymore. Wendigo, creature, monster, as if naming it might somehow summon it back. And the others, I can't bring myself to say their names. Memorials are set for next week. Lund is handling the arrangements. He takes a long pull from his glass. Red's parents are flying in from Seattle. The guilt rises like bile in my throat. Ryan, Chen, Davis, Miguel, Eddie, all gone because I refused to believe in what I couldn't explain. Because I led them into the forest that night, convinced that folklore was just story, and monsters couldn't possibly be real. I should have listened. I say quietly, all those warning, I dismiss them. Jenkins sighs heavily. Ball did, Alex. That's what rational people do when faced with the irrational. We find explanations that fit our understanding of the world, and when those explanations fail, then we adjust our understanding. He looks out at the darkening forest. Or we break. The question that's been haunting me finally escapes. Do you think it's really dead? Jenkins doesn't answer immediately. We both stare at the tree line, remembering the fire, the screams, the explosion that took Eddie, and hurtfully the Wendigo with him. Indigenous legends say they're hard to kill. He finally replies. Fire purifies, but what if it doesn't destroy? I finish his thought. He nods, slowly. I'd been talking to an Algonquin elder from up north. He says Wendigos are spirits, much as they are physical beings. They can be dormant, waiting. A chill runs through me despite the evening warmth. For what? Winter, hunger, desperation. Jenkins shrugs. The conditions that created them in the first place. We sit in silence as darkness claims the forest. Lights come on the ranger station across the compound, where a skeleton crew maintains operations during the closure. Most rangers requested transfers after what happened. Those who stayed are changed, jumpier, more cautious, always watching the trees. I submitted my resignation today, I announce. The decision's still fresh. Jenkins looks at me surprised. You're leaving. I can't be here anymore. I gestured toward the forest. Every time I look at those trees, I see it. Every snapping twig, every cold breeze. I can't do this job anymore. He nods in understanding. Where will you go? Somewhere with no forests, I reply with a humorless laugh. Arizona, maybe, or New Mexico. Somewhere I can see for miles in every direction. It won't help, he says gently. Not with the nightmare. Probably not, I admit. But I need to try. Jenkins reaches into his pocket, pulling out a small leather pouch identical to the one Miguel carried. His grandmother brought this by. She kind of wanted you to have it. I take the protection bundle, fingers tracing the intricate beadwork. Well, I'm good at ditto. He said something to me once. Jenkins continues, ignoring my bitterness before all this happened. He said that believing or not, believing in something doesn't change, whether it exists. It only changes how prepared you are to face it. The words hit me like a physical blow. Miguel knew, he always knew, and he went into those woods anyway, trying to protect those of us too blind to see the danger. From the forest comes a sound, a distant cry that might be a coyote, it might be something else. Both of us tense, eyes fixed on the tree line. Just wildlife. Jenkins says after a moment, but his hand is moved to the pistol at his hip. I'm not so sure. The temperature seems to have dropped slightly, the way it does when evening surrenders tonight, or the way it did when the Wendigo drew near. Jenkins, I say quietly, what if it's not dead? What if it's out there, recovering, growing, stronger? He doesn't dismiss my fear. Then we'll be ready next time. All of us. I think of reports that will never be filed, the evidence that will be classified or destroyed, the official narrative of the tragic accident. The world will continue in blissful ignorance of what lurks in these woods, but some of us know the truth now. Some of us have seen the ancient hunger that lives in the shadows between trees. Some of us bear the scars, physical and psychological, of an encounter with something that shouldn't exist, but does. As darkness fully claims the forest, I make a silent promise to those who didn't survive. I will tell their story, not to the public who would not believe me, but to those who need to know. Park rangers, Forest Service workers, search and rescue teams. I'll spread the old warnings, the signs to watch for, sudden cold, distorted voices, the scent of decay. And maybe leaving these woods, but I'm taking the knowledge with me, because the most dangerous thing about monsters isn't their claws or teeth or supernatural abilities. It's our refusal to believe they exist until it's too late. Jenkins pours us each another drink, and we sit in companionable silence, watching the forest. Somewhere in the distance, a twig snaps. Probably just a deer, probably, but my hand tightens around the girl's protection bundle, and I listen more carefully to the night sounds than I ever did before. Because now I know that monsters are real. Now I believe, and in the darkness beyond the tree line, something might be watching, waiting, hungry, always hungry. It was 2011 when I first set foot in Congaree National Park, deep in the heart of South Carolina. My name is Asher Mulligan, and I just landed my dream job as a park ranger. Growing up in the flatlands of Nebraska, I'd always been drawn to the dense canopy and winding waterways of places like this. Maybe it was the allure of the wild, or perhaps I just wanted an excuse to wear a wide-brimmed hat without judgment. The day I arrived, the air hung heavy with humidity, clinging to my skin like a second layer. The forest stretched before me, ancient and imposing, the cathedral of cypress and cupola with their knobby knees protruding from the dark water. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, and narrow beams illuminating patches of mist that drifted like spectral entities between the trees. My supervisor, Mark Daniels, a weathered man with withery skin and eyes that had seen decades of wilderness, gave me a cursory tour. The locals call this place the Bottoms, he explained. As we walked along a weathered boardwalk, been here since long before this was a national park. Some of them wouldn't come in here after dark. He glanced at me, gauging my reaction. Old superstitions die hard in these parts. I nodded, not entirely sure if he was testing sympathy or offering a genuine warning. Either way, I wasn't about to let him think I spooked easily. On my first day of actual duty, I met Elena, another ranger with a sharp wit and a penchant for bad pun. She had been marking at Congaree for 3 years, and moved with the confidence of someone who knew every inch of the place. "Welcome to the jungle," she said, handing me a map. We've got fun and games, but mostly just mosquitoes the size of helicopters. Great, I laughed. I've always wanted to donate blood without the paperwork. We quickly became friends, sharing stories over campfires during overnight patrols, and swapping tales of odd things we'd seen in the wood. Elena had a knack for turning the mundane into the extraordinary, making even a squirrel stealing a sandwich sound like a heist movie. But as the weeks passed, I began to notice things. The way certain areas of the park seemed unnaturally quiet, how the local wildlife avoided specific sections without obvious reason, the strange looks that passed between long-time employees when visitors asked about sounds they'd heard in the night. You get used to it, Elena told me when I mentioned it. This place, it has its own rhythm. You have to learn to listen differently here. One evening, as we finished a patrol route near Cedar Creek, I laid a point to claw marks high on a tree trunk, far higher than a black bear should be able to reach. What do you think made those? I asked. She shrugged, but her usual playfulness was absent. The official answer is bear. That's what we tell the tourists. And the unofficial answer, ask me again after you've been here a year. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. The locals had stories, of course. Every small town bordering wilderness had their myths, their cautionary tales, to keep children from wandering too far. I'd heard them in snatches at the diner in Hopkins, where rangers often stopped for breakfast, in hushed conversations at the general store in Gadsden. Tales of something that stalked the swamps, something older than the park itself. I dismissed them as folklore, the kind of stories that evolve naturally around places where nature still holds dominion. Until one humid afternoon in late August, when we received reports of unusual animal tracks near Weston Lake. Visitors claimed they'd seen something large moving through the trees, something that didn't quite match any wildlife they knew. Alina and I were assigned to investigate. She was thrilled at the prospect of an adventure. Maybe it's Bigfoot finally coming out for a selfie, she joked, loading gear into our pack. You're just a raccoon on stilts, I replied. Either way, let's hope it's photogenic. As we prepared to head out, Mark pulled me aside. His expression was serious, his eyes flicked to Elena and back to me. Stick to the marked trails, he said quietly. If you find something unusual, radio it in. Don't play hero. Something in his tone made my stomach tight. I nodded, suddenly aware of how the shadows seemed to deepen around us despite the afternoon sun blazing overhead. We set out along the boardwalk loop, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant call of birds. The forest was alive with its usual symphony, the drone of insects, the occasional splash of something breaking the water's surface, the creaking of ancient trees as they swayed in the gentle breeze. Yet there was an undercurrent of unease I couldn't shake. It felt like the trees were whispering secrets we weren't meant to hear. The tracks were reported near the eastern shore of the lake, Elena said, consulting her GPS. Should be about 2 miles ahead. The wooden planks of the boardwalk felt less substantial with each step, as if we were venturing into the park on a path that might disappear beneath us. The deeper we went, the more the outside world receded. No cell signal penetrated this canopy. The roads cut through this wilderness. We were alone with whatever waited ahead. Even heard of the congaree creature? I asked, breaking the silence that had fallen between us. Elena glanced over her shoulder. Everybody around here has supposed to be kind of predator that's lived in the swamp for generations. Part wolf, part something else. The old-timers say it was here when the first settlers arrived. You believe in it? She shrugged. I believe there are things in nature we haven't classified yet. Does that make it a creature? I don't know. As we ventured deeper, we noticed the usual sounds of the forest growing faint. The chatter of wildlife had hushed, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. The air grew still, as if the swamp itself were holding its breath. It's too quiet, Elena frowned, stopping to listen. Even the mosquitoes are giving us a break. Maybe they took a vacation, I suggested, trying to lighten the mood. My voice sounded hollow, even to my own ears. We left the boardwalk where it curved away from the lake, following a narrow dirt path that rangers used for maintenance. The ground grew soft beneath our boots, sucking at each step with muddy reluctance. Cypress knees jutted from the earth like arthritic fingers, reaching for nothing. We found the tracks near a muddy bank. They were enormous, resembling the paw prints of a wolf, but much larger and with an extra digit. The impressions were fresh, the edges still sharp in the damp soil. Alina knelt down to examine them, her face a mask of professional curiosity, masking what I suspected was the same unease coiling in my gut. "I've never seen anything like this," she murmured, placing her hand beside one print for scale. The track dwarfed her splayed fingers. Wolf prints have 4 toes, these have 5, plus the pad marks are all wrong. Could be a prank, I offered, scanning the tray line. Somebody with a sense of humor and too much free time. She shook her head, probing the depth of the impression. "The depth suggests significant weight," she said. "Whoever made these is big, 200 pounds at least. And look at the stride length." She pointed to the next track several feet away. "That's not someone wearing fake feet. That's something that moves on 4 legs with a hell of a stride." We followed the trail, which led us off the beaten path and into the deeper parts of the swamp. The canopy thickened overhead, transforming midday into dusk. The cypress trees towered above us, their roots twisting like gnarled fingers clutching at the earth. The water beneath the occasional boardwalk was still, reflecting the gray sky above like black glass. "Reminds me of that old saying," Elena said, her voice low as if afraid to disturb the silence. "If you stare into the abyss stares back. Let's hope it doesn't charge extra for the show," I replied. But my attempt at humor fell flat, swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. We came across a clearing where the ground was littered with broken branches and disturbed underbrush. In the center lay the carcass of a deer, torn open and partially devoured. The sight was gruesome, the metallic scent of blood mingling with the earthy smells of the swamp. Flies buzzed around the exposed entrails, the only sound in the unnatural quiet. Alina covered her mouth, whether against the smell or the sight I couldn't tell. "This isn't a typical predator kill," she said, circling the carcass. "Look at how it's been opened. There's no feeding pattern. Bears and cougars have specific ways they consume prey. This is random. It's like it was attacked for sport." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The woods suddenly seemed darker, the shadows deeper. "We should radio this in," I suggested, reaching for the device clipped to my belt. She nodded, pulling out her own walkie-talkie. "Static greeted us, the signal weak this far out." "We'll try climbing that ridge," she said, pointing to a small rise about 50 yards away. "Maybe I'll get better reception from higher ground." "You'll stay here and document the scene," I offered, pulling out my camera. Though truthfully, I wanted nothing more than to leave this place behind. Alina headed towards the rise, leaving me alone in the clearing with the mutilated deer and the growing certainty that we were being watched. The silence pressed in again, heavier this time. I knelt beside the carcass, forcing myself to take photographs despite the churning in my stomach. The deer's glassy eyes stared at nothing, a mirror of the still swamp water. Its rib cage had been pried open with tremendous force, bones snapped outward like macabre flower petals. This wasn't predation, it was violation. I scanned the tree line, every shadow seeming to shift and move when viewed from the corner of my eye. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, that primal warning system humans still carry from the days when we were prey more often than predators. Minutes passed with excruciating slowness. Alina should have radioed by now. I checked my watch, then the ridge where she disappeared. Nothing moved except the flies gorging themselves on the deer's remains. "Alina," I called, my voice sounding thin and vulnerable in the vast silence. No response. I stood brushing mud from my knees and was about to head toward the ridge when a rustling caught my attention. A deliberate sound of something large moving through underbrush. I turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows between 2 massive cypress trees. It was massive, standing on all fours, but easily as tall as a grizzly bear. Its body was covered in matted fur, dark and slick with moisture that caught what little light filtered through the canopy. The head resembled that of a hyena, but distorted, with jaws that seemed too large for its skull and filled with jagged teeth. The proportions were all wrong, limbs too long, joints that bent at unnatural angles, a tail that was more sinew than fur. My breath caught in my throat. The creature locked eyes with me, and in that moment, I felt like prey. Not just threatened, but hunted, a primal sensation I'd never experienced before. Those eyes held intelligence, calculation, the unmistakable focus of a predator assessing its next move. It moved slowly, muscles rippling beneath its hide as it began to circle. Each step was deliberate, testing the ground as if it were more accustomed to marshland than solid earth. Its movements had a fluid quality that defied its bulk, like watching oil flow rather than muscle and bone. I reached for my flare gun, the standard issue for emergencies. My fingers fumbled with the clasp, adrenaline making fine motor control nearly impossible. The creature's nostrils flared, sensing my fear on the air. Holding the flare gun up, I called out, "Stay back." The words were foolish. A human command directed at something that had never known human dominion, but they were all I had. It responded with a low rumbling sound, more felt than heard, a vibration that seemed to travel through the ground and into my bones. Its lips pulled back in what might have been a snarl or a grotesque approximation of a smile, revealing teeth stained with old blood. Without warning, it lunged forward, covering the distance between us with impossible speed. I fired the flare, its bright light searing through the dimness with a banshee wail. The magnesium flare arced through the air, illuminating the creature in stark relief. Every matted hair, every ripple of muscle, every gleam of its yellowed fangs. The creature recoiled, not from fear, but from the sudden assault on its senses. It gave me precious seconds to run. I sprinted towards the ridge where Alina had gone, abandoning the camera and supply pack without a second thought. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, the ground uneven beneath my feet. Roots and cypress knees threatened to trip me with every stride. Behind me, I could hear the crashing of underbrush as the creature gave chase, its movements no longer stealthy but filled with predatory purpose. "I love it!" I shouted, my voice ragged with exertion and fear. "We have to go now!" I reached the base of the ridge, scrambling upward on all fours, fingers digging into soft earth. Behind me, the creature paused at the bottom, watching me climb with those calculating eyes. For one desperate moment, I thought it might give up the chase, that the slope would deter it. Then it began to ascend, its claws finding purchase where my fingers had struggled, moving with the assurance of a born climber. Reaching the top, I found Elena frantically trying to get a signal on her radio, oblivious to the danger below. "What's wrong?" she asked, seeing the panic in my eyes and the flare gun still clutched in my white-knuckled grip. "No time," I gasped, grabbing her arm. "We need to move now." To her credit, she didn't question me. One look at my face told her everything she needed to know. Together, we bolted down the other side of the ridge, aiming for the main trail where the boardwalk would resume. The sounds of pursuit were relentless, crashing through vegetation without concern for stealth. The creature was closing the distance despite our head start, its four-legged gait easily outpacing our human limitations. "There's a service cabin nearby," Elena shouted, veering eastward away from our original path. "We can take shelter there." I followed, lungs burning and legs threatening to buckle. The cabin came into view, a small wooden structure used for storing equipment and providing emergency shelter for park staff caught in storms. Under normal circumstances, it would seem shabby and utilitarian. Now, it looked like salvation. We barreled through the door, slamming it behind us with a force that shook the entire structure. I threw the deadbolt just as something heavy crashed against the outer wall, rocking the cabin on its foundation. Outside through the small window, I caught a glimpse of our pursuer, its massive form circling the cabin, testing its defenses with calculated precision. In the filtered light, I could now see details I'd missed before. The creature's fur wasn't merely dark, it was mottled with patches of gray and black that created a disruptive pattern, perfect camouflage for the dappled light of the swamp. Not the product of mutation or fantasy, but of evolution, a specialized adaptation to a specific environment. Whatever this thing was, it belonged here. We were the intruders. "Help me barricade this," I said, pushing a heavy metal shelf against the door. Elena joined me, her face pale but determined. Together we dragged a workbench, crates of equipment, anything with weight to reinforce our meager barrier. Outside, the creature prowled, its heavy footsteps echoing around the perimeter of the cabin. It scratched at the walls, testing for weaknesses, the sound of claws against wood sending shivers down my spine. Each scrape was deliberate, methodical, not the mindless pawing of an animal, but the systematic exploration of a thinking predator. "What is that thing?" Elena whispered, pressed against the wall beside the single window. Swipe plastered her dark hair to her forehead, and a smear of mud across her cheek gave her a feral appearance. "I don't know," I admitted, checking the room for anything we could use as a weapon. "But it's smart, and it's hunting us specifically." The cabin was sparse, a table, some shelves with maintenance supplies, a first aid kit mounted on the wall. I rummaged through a locker, finding a flare stash and some basic tools. Elena grabbed a metal rod, likely part of a broken tool. "Better than nothing," she said, gripping it tightly, testing its weight with a few practice swings. "There should be a radio," I said, scanning the walls. "These cabins are all supposed to have emergency comms." Elena pointed to a shattered box near the door. "Looks like it had an accident." The creature began ramming the door, the wood splintering under each impact. The metal shelving held, but it was clearly only a matter of time. With each hit, dust rained down from the ceiling, and the entire structure groaned in protest. "Listen," I said, grabbing 2 flares from the stash. "When it breaks through, aim for the eyes or the nose. Most predators protect their sensory organs. I'll try to distract it, give you a chance to get out the window." She shook her head. "We go together or not at all. I'm not leaving you as bait." There was no time to argue. The barricade shifted with the next impact, the shelf skidding a few inches across the floor. The door frame was beginning to splinter, wood cracking like gunshots in the confined space. "Ready when you are," Elena said, raising the metal rod like a baseball bat. With a final crash, the door gave way, the shelf toppled backward. The creature burst into the room, its presence filling the small space, seeming even larger in confinement than it had in the open. Up close, the stench was overpowering, a mix of wet fur, stagnant water, and something else. Something chemical like musk or territorial marking. I grabbed a flare from the shelf and struck it. The red flame ignited with a hiss. The creature flinched at the sudden light and sound, giving me a moment to assess our opponent more clearly. It stood over 7 feet tall at the shoulder, its body a rippling mass of muscle under that mottled fur. Its face was a nightmare of evolutionary specialization. The elongated snout filled with teeth designed for crushing bone, eyes set wide for peripheral vision, ears that could swivel independently to track sound from all directions. This was no mythical monster, but something that had adapted to be the perfect predator in this specific environment. I waved the flare towards the beast, forcing it to hesitate as the harsh light assaulted its night-adapted vision. Linus seized the moment, swinging the metal rod with all her might. She struck its shoulder, but the creature barely flinched, the blow seemingly absorbed by its dense muscle. It turned its attention to her, snarling with a sound that was part growl, part hiss, a sound I'd never heard from any known predator. Its eyes narrowed, pupils contracting to slits against the flare's glare. "Hey!" I shouted, thrusting the flare forward. "Over here." It whipped back towards me, swiping with a massive paw. I felt a sharp pain as claws raked across my arm, tearing through my uniform and into flesh beneath. The flare dropped from my hand, rolling across the floor, still spitting its crimson light. Elena jabbed again, this time aiming for its side. The metal rod struck with enough force to elicit a grunt from the creature. It roared, an enraged sound that shook the walls and seemed to vibrate through my chest cavity. "We can keep this up," Elena yelled, retreating as the creature advanced on her. I spotted a small window behind us, barely large enough for a person but our only option. "Through there," I pointed, already moving toward it. I smashed the glass with a nearby chair, clearing the frame of jagged shards. "You first," I told Elena, lighting another flare and tossing it in the opposite corner to draw the creature's attention. She scrambled through the opening, her slim frame barely fitting through the narrow space. I followed immediately after, feeling the creature's hot breath on my legs as I pulled myself through. Outside, we dashed toward the river we could hear rushing nearby, hoping the water might mask our scent or deter pursuit. The forest was dark now, the sun having set during our ordeal, but adrenaline sharpened my senses. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound a potential threat. Reaching the bank, we faced a swift current, the water high from recent rains. "Can you swim?" I asked, already knowing we had no choice. "Do I have a choice?" Elena replied, already wading in. We plunged into the cold water, the shock momentarily overriding the pain in my lacerated arm. The current pulled us downstream as we fought to stay afloat, grasping at overhanging branches to slow our progress. Behind us, on the shore, the creature paced along the bank, its massive form silhouetted against the night sky. It followed our progress, moving parallel to us as the current carried us away, but it didn't enter the water. Whether it couldn't swim or simply chose not to, I didn't know, but I wasn't about to question our good fortune. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we washed up on a muddy embankment far from where we'd started. Exhausted, we collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. The cool mud was a strange comfort against my feverish skin. "Remind you to thank whoever designed that cabin," Elena said between gasps. Sturdy enough to slow it down, I managed a weak laugh, wincing as the movement pulled at my injured arm. And here I thought the biggest hazard today would be paperwork. In the distance, a haunting howl echoed through the trees. Not the creature's roar, but something equally primal. The swamp's familiar night sounds slowly returned around us, as if nature itself was signaling that the immediate danger had passed. We assessed our injuries in the weak light of the moon. My arm was bleeding, with 3 parallel gashes from shoulder to elbow, but not severely. The thick material of my uniform had taken the worst of it. Alina had a few scratches and a bruised shoulder from our escape through the window, but was otherwise intact. "We need to report this," she said, attempting to wring out her soaked shirt, her professional demeanor returning now that the immediate danger had passed. "Agreed," I replied, gingerly testing my injured arm. But who was going to believe us? She looked at me seriously. "We have evidence, the tracks, the carcass, our injuries. We have to try. The thing is still out there." We oriented ourselves using the stars, a skill I'd learned in training but never expected to need, and began the long trek back to the ranger station. We stuck to open areas where possible, avoiding dense underbrush where something could hide. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing, but we encountered nothing more threatening than an annoyed raccoon. Near dawn, we stumbled into the parking area where the main station stood. The lights were on, their absence had been noticed, and a search was likely being organized. Upon arrival, we found our supervisor, Mark, organizing gear alongside 2 other rangers. "You're both a sight," he remarked, relief evident beneath his gruff exterior. "What happened out there?" We recounted the events, detailing everything we've seen and experienced. I showed him my injuries, the uniform sliced cleanly by claws sharper than any bear's. Luna described the creature with ranger precision, estimating its height, weight, and morphological features that matched no known species. Mark listened, his expression shifting from skepticism to concern. When we finished, he was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant. I've heard rumors, he admitted finally. Stories from the old-timers about something lurking deep in the park. Hunters who came back raving about a predator that hunted them instead. Trappers who found their snares sprung by something too clever to be caught. He shook his head. I always dismiss them as tall tales, the kind you tell around campfires. Well, it's not a rumor, Lena insisted, spreading out our mud-stained map to mark the location of our encounter. We need to close off that area and warn the others. Whatever that thing is, it's territorial and aggressive. He nodded. The decision already made. He'll make the calls. In the meantime, get yourselves checked out. Those cuts need proper cleaning, he added, gesturing to my arm. Over the next few days, a search team was assembled to investigate. They found the clearing, the carcass of the deer, and large footprints matching our description. But of the creature itself, there was no sign. The cabin showed evidence of our struggle. The broken door, scattered flares, blood on the floor, both human and unknown. Samples were collected and sent for analysis. The results came back inconclusive. The DNA was similar to canid, but with anomalies the lab couldn't explain. Contamination, they suggested. By sample degradation, convenient explanations for inconvenient truths. The park issued a temporary closure of certain trails, citing safety concerns due to wildlife activity. Officially in report filed with the Department of Interior, it was labeled as a bear attack, though we knew better. The explanation satisfied the bureaucracy and kept the tourists from panicking, but did nothing to answer the questions that kept me awake at night. What was that creature? How many more were there? And how had they remained undiscovered in a national park, visited by thousands each year? In the months that followed, I threw myself into research. I interviewed locals, pored over historical records, sought out the oldest rangers for their stories. A pattern emerged, sightings every decade or so, always in the deepest parts of swamp. Always dismissed or rationalized away. Native American legends spoke of shadow walkers that guarded the swamplands long before European settlement. Early colonists wrote of swamp wolves. They walked on two legs when they thought no one was watching. One evening, as Elena and I sat outside the station after a routine patrol, I shared my findings. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, the swamp coming alive with night sounds. It's strange, isn't it? She mused, staring into the tree line. We spend our lives protecting nature, and yet there's so much we don't understand about it. Maybe some things are meant to stay hidden. I replied, rubbing absently at the scars on my arm, now healed but still sensitive. Maybe there are corners of the world that don't belong to us, no matter how many maps we draw, or parks we establish. She chuckled, but the sound lacked humor. That's a comforting thought when you're safe inside, less so when you're out there with them. Next time, let's hope the hidden thing are a bit friendlier, I added, or at least have better manners. That one definitely skipped. Charm school, she agreed, and we shared a laugh that carried the edge of survivors who know how close they came to not surviving at all. We never encountered the creature again, but its memory lingered in every shadowed grove, every stretch of swamp that fell too quiet at our approach. As day worked the trails, still guided tourists through the safe, marked paths of Congaree. I never ventured into certain areas alone, and I made sure to be out of the park by nightfall. The swamp returned to its usual rhythm, visitors unaware of what lay beyond the boardwalks. They snapped their photos, marveled at the ancient trees, and left with their pleasant memories, untainted by knowledge of what truly ruled these waters after dark. As for us, the rangers who knew the truth, we continued our work a little more cautious, but no less dedicated. We were the thin line between two worlds, the civilized one we came from, and the wild one we served. Some days that line felt thinner than others. After all, someone had to keep an eye on things, both the seen and unseen. Someone had to know where to look and where not to look. Someone had to remember that not all territories on the map are truly claimed by human hands, and on quiet nights when the fog rolled in, I'd sometimes hear a distant sound, not quite a howl, not quite a roar, and know that the creature was still there, still watching, still waiting in the shadows of the cypress trees. First thing you've got to know about me is that I don't like mysteries. I solve them. I work for the Missing Persons Unit in Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's a job where every day could bring in another puzzle, another lost soul. Till was no different, at least not at first glance. The sun was just creeping over the Sandia Mountains when I got the call about Amanda Novak, 19, college student, vanished without a trace. The call came from dispatch at 5:40. I was already up nursing my third cup of coffee and watching the sunrise paint the mountains that pink-orange color that never gets old no matter how many years you live here. My phone buzzed against the kitchen counter, the screen lighting up with the precinct's number. Missing Persons Detective Reyes. I answered, voice still rough with sleep. The dispatcher's voice was clipped, professional. You got it. Missing college student Amanda Novak. Roommate reported her missing when she didn't return from a run yesterday evening, last seen in the North Valley area. The North Valley, I knew it well, an odd part of town where narrow streets wind between adobe houses and irrigation ditches, where cottonwood trees create shadows that seem to move on their own when the wind blows, where people can disappear. I'm on it, I said, already reaching for my keys. I grabbed my bag, packed with essentials, a flashlight, notebook, camera, and my Glock 19. This wasn't my first rodeo, but nothing could have prepared me for what was coming. The water was cool, the distinctive New Mexico chill that burns off by 10 a.m. I drove through streets still half asleep, my mind cycling through the usual scenarios: voluntary disappearance, foul play, accident. Every case starts the same way, with possibilities narrowing as evidence accumulates. Amanda's apartment was in a complex near UNM, the kind of place that charges too much for too little space. The building manager let me in with a face that said he'd done this before. Inside was a typical student dive. Posters of bands I didn't recognize plastered the walls, books strewn about, and a half-eaten pizza on the table. Her roommate, Jessica, was a wreck. Red-rimmed eyes, hands that wouldn't stop shaking as she clutched a mug of cold coffee. "When did you last see her?" I asked, pulling out my notebook. "Yesterday, around 6, she went for a run like she always does." Jessica's voice cracked. She said she would be back in an hour. She never misses class. Never. I nodded, writing it down. "Where does she usually run?" "The Bosque Trails," she says. "She likes how quiet it is there." The Bosque, a dense cottonwood forest that follows the Rio Grande through the city, has miles of trails, some marked and some not. It's easy to get turned around if you don't know it well. Did she take her phone? Jessica nodded. She always does. For music. I've been calling and texting, but it goes straight to voicemail now. Any troubles lately? Arguments with friends? Problems at school? No, nothing like that. Amanda's nice. Everyone likes her. Jessica's eyes welled up again. She wouldn't just disappear. I continued my questioning, gathering details. Amanda's habits, her classes, and her friends formed a picture in my mind of a responsible student, a creature of routine, not someone who would vanish on a whim, On Jessica's phone, I found the tracking app they use to share locations. Amanda's last known position was indeed in the bosque, near the northern edge where the trails get wild and less maintained. I need her running clothes, something with her scent. Jessica looked confused but didn't ask questions. She returned with a worn t-shirt. You'll find her, I promised, though. I'd learned long ago not to make promises in this job. Outside, I called for a K9 unit to meet me at the bosque entrance. The morning had warmed, but as I drove toward the river, a chill settled in my bones that had nothing to do with the temperature. 20 years in this job, and I've developed something of a sixth sense. Some cases feel wrong from the start. This was one of them. The bosque, a dense cottonwood forest along the Rio Grande, was where Amanda often ran. The thick underbrush and winding paths made it easy to get lost, but Amanda knew these trails well. I parked at the North Valley Trailhead, a small dirt lot with a weathered information board showing faded trail maps. Officer Diaz was already waiting with Kona, a Belgian Malinois with a nose that had found 3 missing people in the last year alone. I handed him Amanda's shirt. "See the North Trail," I said. "Shauna's last track about 2 miles in." Diaz nodded, letting Kona get the scent. "It's been raining upstream. Rivers running high makes the ground scent trickier." I had noticed, but he was right. The river rushed nearby, louder than usual, the water brown with silt from spring runoff coming down from Colorado. We followed the main path, dirt packed hard from years of hikers and runners. The morning light filtered through the canopy above, dappling the ground with shifting patterns. Despite the nearby city, the bosque is swallowed by sound. Within minutes, the traffic noise faded, replaced by rustling leaves and distant bird calls. It was serene. Almost deceptively so. Kona led us at a steady pace, nose to the ground. Other runners passed us, giving curious looks to the cop and his dog. I scanned their faces automatically, a habit from years on the job. Nobody looked suspicious. Just regular people getting their morning exercise. About a mile in, we passed a homeless encampment. Empty now, but recently used blankets, a small charred circle where a fire had been. I made a mental note to check back later. The homeless see things others miss. The farther we went, the wilder the bosque became. The main trail split and split again, smaller paths branching off like capillaries. Kona seemed confident, pulling Diaz toward one of the less traveled routes. "She's got something," Diaz said. The path narrowed, brush closing in on both sides, brambles snagged at my pants. This wasn't a maintained trail anymore, more like a game path, not somewhere casual joggers typically went. About 2 miles in, I found her tracks, small and purposeful. The tread of running shoes pressed into a patch of mud. They led off the main path, which was odd. Amanda was described as cautious, creature of habit. Why would she leave the trail? Hold up, I called to Diaz, kneeling to examine the footprints more closely. The impressions were clear. She hadn't been running here, but walking, deliberately placing each foot, following something, or someone. Kona whined, pulling at her leash. Diaz struggled to hold her back. "She's excited about something," he said. We continued, more slowly now, my eyes scanning the ground, the bushes, and the trees. A glint caught my eye, a reflection of sunlight on glass. I stepped off the path and found a phone lying in the leaves. Its screen was cracked, but still functioning. I pulled a latex glove from my pocket and picked it up. The lock screen showed a photo of Amanda with another girl, both smiling. Jessica had mentioned a distinctive phone case with sunflowers. This was Amanda's. I pocketed it, hoping it would provide some clues later. I saw the blood. It wasn't much. A small smear on a nearby tree about shoulder height, fresh enough to still look wet in the center. Diaz. I called, pointing.
"We've got blood."
He nodded grimly, speaking into his radio to update dispatch. I followed the direction the blood indicated, each step more cautious than the last. Before it seemed to close in, the trees whispering secrets I couldn't quite hear. The sunlight dimmed as clouds moved overhead, casting everything in a grey pall. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Then, in a small clearing, I found more blood. A lot more. A splash pattern against a boulder, droplets scattered across fallen leaves, and something else. A piece of fabric torn and stained. I recognized the pattern from Jessica's description of what Amanda had been wearing. A blue running jacket with yellow stripes. "Call it in," I told Diaz. "We need a full team out here now." As he radioed for backup, I circled the clearing, trying to make sense of the scene. There had been a struggle here. The ground was disturbed, leaves scattered, small branches broken, but no drag marks. Nothing to indicate which way a body, dead or alive, might have been taken. Kona was agitated, pacing in circles. The training at odds was something that clearly disturbed her. "What is it, girl?" Diaz murmured, trying to calm her. I checked my watch. It had been nearly 18 hours since Amanda disappeared. In missing persons cases, the first 48 hours are critical. After that, the chances of finding someone alive drop dramatically. "We're not waiting for backup," I decided. "Which way is she indicating?" Diaz let Kona lead, and she pulled us deeper into the woods, away from any established trail. The underbrush grew thicker, thorns tearing at our clothes. The air felt heavier, moisture clinging to my skin despite the desert climate. Time was of the essence, but every step became more difficult as the bosque seemed determined to keep its secrets. That's when I saw it, a cave entrance, hidden behind a thicket. The mouth was small, easily missed if you weren't looking for it. The air around it was unnaturally cold, and a sense of dread washed over me. Kona refused to go near it, backing away with her ears flat against her head. "I've never seen her do that," Diaz said, confusion in his voice. I pulled out my flashlight, its beam weak in the growing gloom of the afternoon. The cave mouth seemed to swallow the light, but I'd had no choice. Amanda could be in there, injured or dying. Backup was at least 15 minutes away. "Stay here with Kona," I told Diaz. "If I'm not back in 10 minutes, bring everyone in." I drew my gun, clicked on the tactical light attached to the barrel, and took a deep breath. Then I stepped into the darkness. Inside the cave, the darkness was suffocating. My flashlight cut through the black, revealing walls covered in strange ancient symbols. This wasn't just a cave. It was something else, something wrong. The entrance narrowed quickly into a tight passage that forced me to hunch over. Stone was smooth beneath my fingers, unnaturally so, as if worn down by centuries of touch. The air was stale, carrying a metallic scent that caught in the back of my throat. Those symbols weren't graffiti or modern markings. They looked etched into the stone, spiraling patterns and angular shapes that reminded me of Anasazi petroglyphs I'd seen in Chaco Canyon, but different wrong somehow. They seemed to shimmer in my flashlight beam, an optical illusion that made my head throb. Water dripped somewhere ahead, each drop echoing in the confined space. I moved slowly, testing each step. The passage sloped downward, taking me deeper beneath the bosque. How was this possible? I had lived in Albuquerque my entire life and had never heard of caves in the bosque. The Rio Grande Valley wasn't known for cave systems, yet here I was, descending into the earth, the entrance already lost behind me as the passage twisted and turned. I checked my phone, no signal as expected. The watch on my wrist showed I'd been inside for just 3 minutes, though it felt much longer. The passage widened suddenly into a small chamber. My light revealed more of those disturbing symbols covering the walls from floor to ceiling. Some were carved deep into the rock. Others were painted with what looked disturbingly like dried blood. In the center of the chamber, a circle of stones surrounded a small fire pit, long cold but recently used. Ash still held the shape of burned logs. People had been here recently. A sound made me freeze. A faint noise ahead. A shuffling sound that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I dimmed my light, listening intently over the pounding of my heart. There was again, not an animal. The rhythm was wrong, deliberate, almost mechanical. Something moving in the darkness ahead. I raised my gun, advancing slowly toward another passage leading from the chamber. This one was larger, tall enough to stand upright. The air flowing from it was colder, carrying that same metallic scent, stronger now. The symbols on the walls grew more elaborate, more disturbing. Humanoid figures with elongated limbs. Animals with too many eyes, shapes that hurt to look at directly. The passage opened into a much larger cavern with the ceiling lost in darkness above. My flashlight couldn't penetrate the full extent of the space. I heard a moan, human in pain. Swinging my light toward the sound, I saw her. Amanda was there, but she wasn't alone. She lay on a stone altar of some kind, arms and legs bound with what looked like braided plant fibers. Her running clothes were torn and bloody, her face bruised. She was conscious, her eyes wide with terror, fixed on something standing over her, something that turned toward my light. It was humanoid, but its proportions were all wrong. Too tall, too thin, its limbs too long. It moved with a fluidity that defied logic, its joints bending in impossible directions. My breath caught as I saw its face, or rather the absence of one. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless surface like polished alabaster. "Please, don't move." My voice echoed in the cavern, sounding weak and ineffectual even to my own ears. The creature didn't react, continuing whatever it had been doing to a man. I could see now that it held something in its elongated fingers. A stone knife, its edge glinting wetly with what could only be blood. I aimed my gun, shouting a warning, but it didn't react. Amanda lay on the ground, her eyes finding mine, silently pleading. I took a step forward and the creature's head snapped toward me. It didn't have eyes, but I knew it was watching. I fired, the gunshot deafening in the confined space. The creature recoiled, emitting a high-pitched sound that seemed to pierce my skull. It moved faster than anything I've ever seen, darting into the darkness at the far side of the cavern. I rushed to Amanda, checking her pulse. She was alive, but barely. Deep cuts covered her arms in patterns that matched the symbols on the walls. She'd lost a lot of blood. "Help is coming," I told her, working to untie her bonds. "Stay with me, Amanda." Her eyelids fluttered. "There's more," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "They took the others." "What other?" But she had slipped into unconsciousness. I called in my position, shouting into my radio, urgently requesting medical assistance. The radio crackled with static, but I heard enough to know they'd received it. As I waited, I heard distant voices echoing through the passages, a comforting sound amidst the terror. Diaz was the first to arrive, Connor no longer with him. Other officers followed, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, expressions of disbelief on their faces as they took in the cavern, the symbols, and the altar. Amanda stirred as the paramedics arrived, her eyes fluttering open. She looked at me, terror etched in her features. "It's still here," she whispered. "It's not alone." Her words sent a chill down my spine. The cavern seemed to breathe, the air thick with an unseen presence. I scanned the darkness, but the creature was gone. For now. As they carried Amanda out, I stayed behind, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, revealing nothing but rock and shadow. Yet the feeling of being watched never left. One of the other detectives approached, his face pale in the harsh light. "What the hell happened here?" I shook my head, unable to put it into words. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's not over." The crime scene text moved in, photographing the symbols, collecting samples of blood, documenting everything with clinical precision that seemed at odds with the otherworldly nature of the place. I left them to it, making my way back toward the surface, my mind reeled trying to process what I'd seen. That creature wasn't human, wasn't anything I could explain. And, according to Amanda, there were more of them. I left the cave, the fading light of day casting long shadows across the bosque. Amanda was safe for now, but questions remained. What was that creature? How many more were there? As I made my way back to the office, the weight of the unknown pressed on me. The sun had set by the time I reached my car, the forest now a wall of impenetrable darkness behind me. The trip back to the precinct was a blur, my mind replaying what I'd seen in that cavern. The faceless creature, the ancient symbols, Amanda's warning. Captain Rodriguez was waiting when I arrived, his office light the only one still burning on our floor. He waved me in without preamble. The girl's stable, he said before I could ask. She's at Presbyterian. Heavy sedation, but the doctors say she'll pull through. I nodded, relief washing over me. At least something had gone right today. Then Rodriguez continued, leaning forward.
Want to tell me what the hell happened out there?
Your report said something about a cave and ritualistic elements. The responding officers are talking about other things. I hesitated, knowing how it would sound. Sir, I saw something in that cave, something not human. To his credit, Rodriguez didn't laugh or dismiss me outright. He'd known me long enough to trust my judgments. Not human, how? I described the creature as best I could. Its impossible proportions, its faceless head, the unnatural way it moved. With each detail, Rodriguez's expression grew more grave. You fired your weapon? Yes, sir. It seemed to hit, but I don't think it did much damage. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Physical evidence. Crime scenes processing the cave now, blood samples, the bindings used on Amanda, photographs of those symbols on the walls, and I pulled out my phone, scrolling to the photos I'd taken after the paramedics had taken Amanda away. These I showed him images of the altar, the strange circle of stones, close-ups of the most distinctive symbols. Rodriguez studied them, his face unreadable. I've seen these before, he said finally, surprising me. Or something like them. 20 years ago, my first year on the force, a case in the South Valley. 3 missing persons, all found in an abandoned house near the river. They're these same symbols carved into their skin. A chill ran down my spine. What happened to them? 2 died from blood loss, the 3rd lived but was never the same and committed suicide 6 months later. Rodriguez looked up at me, his eyes dark with memory. We never caught whoever did it. At the precinct, I reviewed the evidence. Amanda's phone held a video, shaky and dark, but unmistakable. She must have started recording when she first sensed something was wrong. The footage began with normal running shots, the trail, her breathing heavy but regular. Then she stopped suddenly, the camera jerking as if she'd been startled. Hello? Her voice called out. Is someone there? The camera panned, catching glimpses of the forest, nothing unusual at first. Then, for just a second, something moved between the trees, a tall, thin shape. Distorted by the camera's motion, Amanda's breathing quickened. Who's there? My movement in the background was too fast to track properly. The video continued for another minute. Amanda moving off the trail, following whatever she'd seen. The final frame showed the entrance to the cave just before the recording cut off. My mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. I sent the video to a specialist, Dr. Evan Linden at UNM's anthropology department. If anyone could shed light on those symbols, it would be him. Days passed with little progress. Amanda remained in the hospital, her condition stable but her mind fractured by fear. The creature haunted my thoughts, its faceless visage a constant reminder of what lurked in the shadows. The crime scene team had finished with the cave. Their findings raised more questions than answers. The blood was human, some ambience, some older from unknown sources. Carbon dating of material from the deepest layer of the fire pit suggested it had been in use for centuries. The symbols matched no known language or pictographic system. I spent hours in the hospital with Amanda, gently questioning her when she was lucid. Our story emerged in fragments, dreamlike and disjointed. She remembered running, seeing movement in the trees, following out of curiosity, thinking it was a deer or coyote, finding the cave entrance being drawn inside by sounds, like singing, but not with voices. They surrounded me, she whispered during one session, eyes fixed on the ceiling, tall things with no faces. They spoke in my head, showed me things. What things am in it? I asked, keeping my voice gentle. Other worlds, places where they come from. So you've been here a long time watching us. A tear slid down her cheek. They need us for something. Our blood, our fear. They feed on it somehow. I believed her after what I'd seen. I had no choice. Then a breakthrough. Dr. Linden called with news, his voice tense with excitement and fear. I've seen these symbols before, he said, his voice grave. They're ancient, predating known civilizations. They speak of watchers, beings from another realm. Watchers? I echoed, my mind struggling to grasp the implications. According to the oldest texts, they exist in the spaces between our world and others. They had drawn to places of power, feeding on fear and chaos, Dr. Linden explained. If they've been summoned or awakened, it means something powerful is at play. His words offered a little comfort. If these creatures were indeed the stuff of ancient legend, our battle had just begun. How do we fight them, I asked. The silence on the line stretched too long. I don't know if we can, he finally answered. But I'm sending you something, a monograph from the night. A researcher named Hargrove documented similar sightings in New England. He believed the watchers were tied to a physical anchor in our world. Destroy that, and they might be forced back. An anchor, the altar in the cave, the circle of stones, or something else entirely. I shared the findings with my team, knowing we had to prepare for the worst. Most were skeptical, but those who'd been in the cave with me understood. Something was happening in Albuquerque, something beyond our understanding, and it was getting worse. Weeks turned into months, and the creature remained elusive. Reports of disappearances grew, each one a grim reminder of the lurking threat. We tracked the patterns, each sighting more disturbing than the last. The watchers were here, they were multiplying. 5 more people had vanished around the Basque. 2 bodies were found, bearing the same ritualistic cuts as Amanda. The others remained missing. The public was demanding answers, but what could we tell them? That faceless creatures from another realm were hunting in our city. The official line was a serial killer targeting joggers and hikers. The mayor formed a task force. I was put in charge, given resources and manpower, but the truth remained our secret, known only to those who'd seen the evidence firsthand. Dr. Linden became our unofficial consultant, poring over ancient texts and folklore from around the world. Accounts of the Watchers appeared across cultures, faceless observers who occasionally crossed over, taking humans for purposes unknown. Meanwhile, Amanda recovered physically, though nightmares plagued her sleep. The cuts on her arms healed into raised scars that formed those same disturbing symbols. She claimed they burned whenever the Watchers were near. They're getting stronger, she told me during one visit. I can feel them. More are coming through. I believed her. The sightings were increasing, not just near the original cave, but throughout the Basque. Security cameras in nearby neighborhoods caught glimpses, tall, thin figures moving impossibly fast, always at night, always near where someone would later disappear. We set up surveillance cameras and sensors covering the Basque. Night after night we waited. The forest was a silent witness to our vigilance. And then, one night, the monitors flickered to life. It was just after midnight when the call came in. One of our motion sensors had been triggered near the original cave. The thermal cameras showed nothing. The watchers apparently didn't give off heat, but the night vision picked up movement. The shadows moved faster than the eye could see. The watchers had returned. I assembled a team, officers who'd seen the evidence, who knew what we were facing. We were armed with everything from standard-issue Glocks to shotguns loaded with rock salt, Dr. Linden's suggestion based on folklore about repelling spirits. Amanda insisted on coming. She argued, I can sense them. You'll know if they're nearby, even if your equipment doesn't pick them up. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Her scars had begun to glow faintly in the darkness, an unearthly blue light seeping from the symbols carved into her skin. We moved in, a team of armed officers plus Amanda and Dr. Linden, ready to confront the unknown. The air was thick with tension. Every rustle was a potential threat. My flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing the same cave entrance, now surrounded by police tape that fluttered in the night breeze. Inside, the symbols glowed faintly, a malevolent energy pulsing from the walls. The cave seemed larger than before, the passages wider, as if it had grown or revealed more of itself. We advanced cautiously, following Amanda's lead. Her scars pulsed brighter as it descended, casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. They're here, she whispered unnecessarily. We could all feel it now, a pressure in the air, a sense of being watched from all sides. The creatures moved in the shadows, their forms barely perceptible even with our lights. Then one stepped into view, its faceless head turning toward us, limbs moving with that fluid, raw motion. Officer Martinez fired first, his shotgun roaring in the confined space. The creature recoiled, a high-pitched keening filling the air. More emerged from hidden passages surrounding us. We fired them, bullets finding their marks but having little effect. The vultures recoiled from the rock salt, their forms momentarily disrupted before reforming. It was a battle of attrition, our determination against their otherworldly resilience. Amanda fell to her knees, overwhelmed by proximity to the things that had marked her. The center, she gasped, pointing deeper into the cave. Everything flows from the center. We pushed deeper, fighting our way through, the air growing colder, the darkness more oppressive. And then we found it, a chamber we hadn't discovered before. Its walls lined with the same symbols, a pulsating stone at its center. The stone was obsidian black, roughly spherical, hovering inches above a pedestal without visible support. It pulsed with an inner light, rhythmic like a heartbeat. That's it, Dr. Linden shouted over the chaos. Bianca, destroy it. The watchers seemed to understand his words, or at least our intention. They converged on us with renewed ferocity, their movements becoming more solid and more dangerous. Cover me, I shouted, pushing forward while the others lay down, suppressing fire. The watchers screeched, the sound cutting through my skull like glass. I reached the stone, its surface emanating a cold so intense it burned my skin. Dr. Linden's voice echoed in my mind. Destroy the source. I aimed my gun, fired. The bullet struck the stone, and for a second, nothing happened. Then a crack appeared, spreading across its surface like ice breaking. Fired again and again. The stone shattered with a sound that wasn't sound, or a feeling, a psychic shockwave that knocked us all to the ground. The cave shook, a deafening roar filling the space. The watchers writhed, their forms dissipating into the ether, pulled apart like smoke in a high wind. Amanda screamed, her scars blazing with light before fading to normal. The symbols on the walls dulled, crumbling to dust before our eyes. We emerged from the cave, battered but victorious, into a dawn that seemed impossibly bright after the darkness below. The watchers were gone. the symbols fading into obscurity. In the following weeks, the disappearances stopped. The city returned to its uneasy peace, most citizens never knowing how close they'd come to something beyond understanding. Melinda recovered, her memories of the ordeal hazy but no longer haunting. The scars remained but were now just scars, the power gone from them. The case closed, the reports filed, but the memory of the watchers lingered. As I sat in my office, the weight of what we had faced settled in. The world was not as it seemed. Shadows hid ancient evils. We had won this battle, but the war was far from over. For now, the watchers were gone. But I knew deep down they were not the only ones. The world is full of mysteries, and my job was far from done. As I locked up for the night, a sense of resolve filled me. Whatever came next, I would be ready. The wind whispered through the trees as I stepped outside. The city lights cast long shadows. The watchers were gone, but the darkness remained, a constant reminder of the unknown. And in that darkness, I found my purpose. I don't like mysteries, I solve them even when the answers terrify me. On my final day as a ranger at Kenexu National Park, the October air carried the brittle scent of pine and approaching winter. I'd spent 7 years patrolling these Idaho Panhandle forests from 1985 to 1992, and knew every ridge and valley like the lines on my palm less than 50 miles from the Canadian border. Kenexu was a patchwork of dense forests, knife-edge mountains, and mirror-still lakes, bordered by the Kootenay River to the north and Lake Penoriel to the south. The morning had begun routinely enough. I checked in at the ranger station, filed my patrol route with dispatch, and headed out in my Forest Service truck. The radio crackled with occasional updates about a missing hiker found safe near Clearwater Ridge, and warnings of early snow predicted for the higher elevations by nightfall. I parked at Devil's Hollow trailhead around noon, planning to walk the 5-mile loop to check for any illegal campers or signs of poaching before winter fully descended. Most visitors had already abandoned the park for the season, leaving behind a stillness broken only by the occasional chattering squirrel or raven's call. The valley narrowed as I hiked deeper, with walls of lodgepole pine rising on either side. Fallen leaves formed a rust-colored carpet underfoot, releasing their earthy perfume with each step. I paused occasionally to make notes about trail conditions or photograph tree damage from a recent windstorm. Last patrol, I muttered to myself, feeling a peculiar mixture of melancholy and relief. I'd missed this wilderness, but my knees had begun to protest the long hikes. Years ago, my wife had taken a teaching position in Spokane. It was time. I did not hear the shot before the impact. The fast slammed into my right hip like a sledgehammer, spinning me violently before my legs collapsed. I hit the ground hard, my clipboard and radio skittering across the dirt. Only then did the crack of the rifle reach me, echoing through the valley like thunder. Hunter, my mind supplied automatically, even as my hand found the wet heat spreading across my uniform pants. Accident. It was hunting season, and despite the bright green of my uniform and the reflective patches, some trigger-happy amateur had mistaken me for a deer. It happened more often than we like to admit. Don't shoot. I called out, waving my free arm frantically above the undergrowth. I'm a ranger. The pain began to register then, the deep pulsing agony that radiated from my hip through my entire body. I pressed harder against the wound, feeling blood seep between my fingers. Hello? I shouted again. I've been hit. I need help. My eyes scanned the tree line, expecting to see a horrified hunter emerge. Someone who made a terrible mistake and would now help me to safety. Instead, dirt exploded inches from my face as a second shot slammed into the ground. This was no accident. Pure instinct took over. I rolled behind a fallen log as a third shot splintered bark where my head had been moments before. My breath came in ragged gasps, my mind reeling as I tried to process what was happening. Someone was deliberately trying to kill me. The valley had fallen eerily silent. No birds called, no wind stirred the branches. Just the hammering of my heart and the soft, sickening sound of my blood dripping onto autumn leaves. And finally, I tried once more, my voice cracking with fear. "Stop shooting!" The answer came in the form of another bullet, thudding into the rotting wood that separated me from death. I flinched as splinters showered my face. The log wouldn't protect me for long. My hand found my service pistol, 7 rounds. Not much against a rifle at distance, but it might buy me enough time to escape. The audio lay 10 feet away, useless now in the dirt. The wound in my hip throbbed in time with my pulse, each beat pumping more blood onto the forest floor. I realized with terrible clarity that I had perhaps minutes to live if I stayed where I was, bleeding out behind this disintegrating log while my attacker circled for a better angle. My truck was maybe half a mile back through the woods. In that moment, everything in my life narrowed to a single desperate plan. I curled my fingers around my service pistol, its weight both familiar and suddenly inadequate against the long-range precision of my attacker. The wound in my hip screamed as I shifted position, the fabric of my uniform now soaked and sticky. Each breath fogged in the cooling air, and I worried that even this might give away my position. Out there somewhere in the trees, someone waited. "Were you watching, patient?" My mind raced through possibilities. A disgruntled former park visitor I'd sighted, a poacher I'd caught. But something about this felt more calculated than personal vengeance. The silence stretched like a wire about to snap. I'd expected more shots, but there was nothing, just the distant call of a crow and the soft drip of my blood on fallen leaves. This dumbness terrified me more than the gunfire. My attacker was waiting for me to move, to expose myself. I pressed my cheek against the damp earth, straining to hear footsteps or the snap of a twig that might betray the shooter's position. Nothing but the soft percussion of my own ragged breathing and the slow, steady pulse pounding in my ears. The radio lay tantalizingly out of reach, its green display light blinking rhythmically. I could almost hear the dispatcher's voice. "Ranger Thompson, please respond." But there would be no response, no call for backup. Just me, a wounded animal caught in the open. I fumbled with my belt, removing it with trembling fingers to fashion a makeshift tourniquet. The leather creaked as I pulled it tight around my upper thigh, stifling a groan as the pressure sent fresh waves of pain through my body. The bleeding slowed, but the damage was done. My pants leg was saturated, and a small pool had formed beneath me. The sun shifted, suddenly lower in the sky than I'd realized. How long had I been lying here? 20 minutes.
An hour?
Shock distorted my perception of time. Shadows lengthened across the forest floor, reaching like dark fingers toward my hiding place. Soon it would be dusk, and while darkness might conceal me, it would also make finding my way back to the truck nearly impossible. I had to move now. My training kicked in, memories of drills and procedures surfacing through the haze of pain and fear. I counted my options: stay and bleed out, call for help and likely die in the attempt, or run. Run through the bullet that would almost certainly come. With shaking hands, I checked my pistol again. The metal felt cold against my blood-slick fingers. 6 rounds, plus 1 in the chamber. I took a deep breath, steadying myself for what needed to happen next. I ripped the strip from my undershirt, wadding it against the wound before securing it with my bandana. It wouldn't hold long, but it might buy me precious minutes. And I oriented myself, visualizing the path back to the trailhead, calculating angles and cover. 3, 2, 1. I fired 3 rapid shots over the log in the direction of the original rifle crack, the sound deafening in the confined valley. Without waiting to see their impact, I rolled onto my stomach, then pushed up with my good leg, launching into a stumbling run. The world tilted and spun as I zigzagged between trees, waiting for the bullet that would end me. Behind me, the crack of a rifle split the air and bark exploded from a tree trunk, inches from my shoulder. I fired blindly over my shoulder, not aiming but hoping to disrupt my attacker's concentration. Each footfall sent shockwaves of agony through my hip, but adrenaline carried me forward. Blood soaked through my makeshift bandage, leaving a trail that would be easy to follow, but I couldn't worry about that now. Distance was my only hope. I crashed through a thicket of young pines, branches whipping across my face. Another shot, wide this time, thumped into a tree trunk as I ducked behind a boulder. The shooter was following, but more slowly now, perhaps wary of my return fire. My lungs burned, sweat mingled with blood, stinging my eyes. The forest blurred around me as I pushed onward, one thought repeating in my mind like a prayer. Make it to the truck.
Make it to the truck.
A fallen tree blocked my path. I tried to vault over it, but my wounded leg buckled. I fell hard, my pistol flying from my grasp. Sprawled in the dirt, exposed and unarmed, I waited for the final shot. It never came. Instead, through gaps in the underbrush, I glimpsed movement. A figure in dark clothing, moving parallel to my escape road rather than directly following. My attacker was trying to cut me off at the trailhead. With a surge of desperate energy, I crawled to retrieve my weapon, then changed direction. Heading east toward a rocky outcropping I knew overlooked the parking area. If I could reach it first, I might have a chance. The pain in my hip had transformed into a strange numbness. My uniform pants were now almost black with blood, and each step left a macabre footprint behind me. I was getting weaker, my movements becoming clumsy and uncoordinated. As I stumbled onward, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if the shooter wasn't alone? What if my truck was already being watched? The forest had become a maze of shadows. Late afternoon sunlight angled through the trees, creating disorienting patterns across the ground. I leaned against a boulder, struggling to catch my breath as blood continued to seep through my makeshift bandage. Our ranger training included wilderness first aid, and I knew enough to recognize the symptoms of significant blood loss, the lightheadedness, thirst, and growing cold in my extremities despite the exertion. Each minute spent in this deadly game of hide-and-seek drained more life from me. I had perhaps an hour before shock would make escape impossible. I forced myself to think clearly, fighting through the haze of pain and fear. The shooter had revealed something important. They weren't just firing randomly, they were hunting methodically, attempting to cut me off from escape. This wasn't a crime of opportunity, but a planned execution. The question of why I would have to wait. Survival came first. I checked my service pistol, 3 rounds left. Almost useless against a rifle at distance, but it might buy me precious seconds if it came to close quarters. I tucked it back into its holster and pulled out my compass, orienting myself in the fading light. The truck was northwest, perhaps 400 yards through increasingly dense forest. Direct movement would be suicide if the shooter had indeed positioned themselves between me and the trailhead. I needed a different approach. Kiriksu wasn't just my workplace. It had been my home for 7 years. I knew this section intimately, including a seasonal creek bed that ran roughly parallel to the trail before cutting under the access road. Dry now in autumn, it offered a natural trench that might conceal my movements if I could reach it. I tightened the tourniquet, watching as fresh pain lanced through my hip. The bullet had struck the right side, leaving an entry wound, but miraculously no exit wound. The projectile was still lodged somewhere in my pelvis, which meant major arteries had likely been spared. Otherwise, I'd already be dead. With trembling hands, I gathered fallen pine needles and pressed them against my wound, their resin providing some minimal antibacterial protection while adding bulk to my improvised dressing. Now I smeared mud across my face and hands to reduce visibility in the fading light. Moving as silently as possible, I began crawling eastward away from both the truck and where I suspected the shooter was positioned. Each movement was agony, my body protesting with waves of nausea and cold sweat. The ground beneath me felt increasingly unsteady, as though the earth itself were tilting. After 20 excruciating minutes, I reached the dried creek bed. A 4-foot depression in the forest floor, lined with smooth stones and fallen leaves. I slid down its bank, biting my lip to keep from crying out as my injured hip scraped against rock. The channel offered both cover and a relatively clear path forward. In the distance, I heard something that froze my blood. The deliberate snap of a branch. Not the random sounds of forest wildlife, but the unmistakable noise of someone moving with purpose. My pursuer was still searching, still hunting. I pressed myself flat against the creek bed, hardly daring to breathe. Above me, forest shadows deepened as dusk approached. Soon it would be dark. A double-edged sword that might hide me but would make navigation nearly impossible. The sound came again, closer now, a footstep, and silence. My pursuer was being cautious, moving in calculated intervals, listening between steps. Professional, military perhaps, or someone with tactical training. I inched forward along the creek bed, using my elbows to pull myself along while keeping my injured hip from dragging. Each movement sent fresh jolts of pain through my body, but I forced myself to continue, measuring progress in inches rather than yards. A dark stain followed me, blood marking my path like a macabre trail of breadcrumbs. If my pursuer found the creek bed, they would have no trouble tracking me. I had to move faster. The next 100 yards passed in a blur of pain and determination. As it approached the road, the creek bed deepened, cutting through a layer of sandstone to create natural walls on either side. The setting sun no longer reached this channel, plunging me into premature darkness. Then I heard it, the distant rumble of an engine on the park access road. Visitors were rare this late in the season, especially on a weekday, but rangers sometimes patrolled at dusk. Hope surged through me like electricity. I reached for my whistle, standard issue for all Kenixu rangers, only to find my lanyard empty, lost somewhere in my desperate flight. Without it, I had no way to signal beyond shouting, which would alert my attacker as surely as any potential rescuer. The engine sound grew louder, then began to fade. Whoever it was, they were driving past, unaware of the life and death struggle unfolding in the gathering darkness. Though I whispered, desperation clawing at my throat. Please no. The decision crystallized in an instant. I had to reach that road, had to flag down the next vehicle. It was my only chance. I summoned whatever strength remained and began pulling myself up the steep bank of the creek bed. Roots became handholds as I clawed my way upward, pain receding beneath a wave of desperate determination. The top of the embankment seemed miles away, though in reality it was perhaps 7 feet above me. Halfway up, my hand slipped on mud slick with my own blood. I slid backward, fingernails tearing as I scrabbled for purchase. My wounded hip struck a protruding rock, and white-hot agony exploded through my body. I couldn't suppress the cry that tore from my throat, a ragged sound barely human. In the silence that followed, I heard it, methodical footsteps changing direction, coming toward me. The hunter had heard his prey, time compressed to a series of fragmented moments. The rush of blood in my ears, the metallic taste of fear, and the growing darkness that seemed to press against my eyes like a physical weight. I was cornered in the creek bed, my blood trail leading directly to me like a neon sign. Above, twilight had transformed the forest into a landscape of blue-black shadows and indistinct shapes. The temperature was dropping rapidly, my breath now visible in small trembling clouds. The footsteps had stopped. Somewhere nearby, my hunter was listening, calculating. The silence stretched so taut I could almost hear it hum. My fingers found a loose stone in the creek bed, smooth and heavy. Not much of a weapon, but it was something. I clutched it tightly, forcing my breathing to steady as I made my decision. If I was going to die here, it wouldn't be huddled in a ditch like a trapped animal. With excruciating care, I removed my blood-soaked boot and hurled it as far as I could up the creek bed, away from the direction I planned to move. It landed with a satisfying thump against fallen leaves before rolling into underbrush. Almost immediately, a shot cracked through the forest. The muzzle flashed briefly, illuminating a section of trees 30 yards upstream. The bark thudded harmlessly into soil, but confirmed what I needed to know, my attacker's position. I didn't hesitate. Using every ounce of remaining strength, I hauled myself up the opposite bank of the creek bed, my hips screaming in protest. Branches tore at my uniform as I crested the edge, then rolled into the cover of a fallen log. Another shot split the darkness, this one wide of my position. My diversion had worked momentarily, confusing the shooter about my location. I crawled forward on elbows and knees, one boot missing, the cold earth numbing against my sock-covered foot. The Forest Service road couldn't be more than 200 yards ahead, but in my condition it might as well have been miles. Each movement drove splinters of agony through my wounded hip. The blood loss was taking its toll. My vision swam shapes blurring at the edges. Behind me, I heard my pursuer crashing through underbrush, abandoning stealth for speed. They knew I was making a final desperate push for the road. I crawled faster, ignoring the thorns that tore at my hands and face. My service pistol bounced against my side, its weight now more burden than comfort with only 3 rounds remaining. The tourniquet had loosened during my crawl, blood flowing freely again down my leg. A fallen tree appeared in my path, its massive trunk too large to crawl over in my condition. I would have to go around, exposing myself to open ground. I hesitated, listening. The sounds of pursuit had stopped again. My hunter was being cautious, perhaps suspecting another trick. I drew my pistol and fired once into the darkness behind me, not aiming to hit, but to force my pursuer to take cover. The flash temporarily ruined my night vision, but I used those precious seconds to scramble around the tree trunk and into a shallow depression beyond. 2 bullets left. The road had to be close. I could almost smell the dust and gravel, the lingering exhaust from passing vehicles. My uniform was now so saturated with blood that it clung to me like a second skin, cold and heavy. The pain had receded to a distant throb, replaced by a dangerous numbness spreading through my body. Hypothermia would soon join blood loss as a threat. The October night was dropping below freezing, and shock magnified the effects of the cold. I needed to keep moving. A branch snapped 20 yards behind me, too close. I wriggled forward, using a stand of young pines for cover. Through their thin trunks, I glimpsed something that sent a surge of desperate hope through my veins. The metal gleam of a guardrail reflecting the risen moon's light. The road. Another snap. Closer now. I didn't look back, couldn't afford to. Every ounce of focus had to be directed forward, toward that sliver of salvation just yards away. I broke through the last of the underbrush and found myself on a small embankment overlooking the Forest Service road. 6 feet below, gravel and packed dirt offered a path back to civilization, to help, to life. No vehicles in sight, but the road itself was enough. If I could just reach it, I could follow it to the ranger station 5 miles south. Someone had come looking when I failed to check it at the end of my shift. The embankment was steep, but navigable. I holstered my pistol and prepared to slide down when a voice froze me in place. Ranger. The word floated from the darkness behind me, spoken softly but carrying clearly in the still night air. Male. Calm, almost conversational. I didn't turn, didn't respond. My hand crept toward my holster. I wouldn't, the voice continued. You'll sidearm against a scope in the dark. Poor odds. My fingers still. He was right. At this range, in this light, I'd never get a shot off before he fired. Why? I managed, my voice a rasp barely recognizable as my own. Silence stretched for several heartbeats. To the face of it, he finally answered. The uniform. The authority. The government that takes and gives nothing back except rules and fines and prison. I'm just a park ranger, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. I protect the wilderness. I help people. A bitter laugh drifted from the darkness. That's what they all say. Protect and serve until it's time to pull the trigger. Ruby Ridge? It had to be connected to Ruby Ridge. The standoff had happened just months ago, less than 100 miles from here. The government's botched raid that left a woman and child dead had sparked outrage across the country, especially among anti-government groups. It had nothing to do with that, I said, carefully shifting my weight to look over my shoulder. I couldn't see him clearly, just a dark silhouette against darker trees, rifle barrel catching a hint of moonlight. But I sensed his hesitation, the first crack in his conviction. You're all the same, he said, but uncertainty had crept into his voice. Badges and uniforms, and government paychecks. My hand inched toward my holster again, a millimeter at a time. I have a wife, 2 daughters. I was retiring today. This was my last patrol. Another pause, longer this time. That's convenient, he said finally, but the edge had dulled in his voice. I heard it then, the distant rumble of an engine approaching from the south. Headlights would sweep this section of road in minutes, maybe seconds. My attacker heard it too. The rifle barrel shifted slightly, but now or never. The headlights appeared around the bend, twin beams cutting through the darkness like searchlights. In that brief suspended moment, I made my choice. I threw myself sideways as the rifle cracked, the bullet passing through empty space where I had been kneeling. Pain exploded through my body as I hit the ground rolling, drawing my service pistol in one fluid motion. 2 rounds left. Make them count. The headlights swept across us, momentarily blinding both hunter and hunted. In that flash of illumination, I saw him clearly for the first time. A bearded man in his 30s, dressed in hunting camouflage, his face contorted with the same surprise that must have shown on mine. I fired once. The report of my pistol was lost beneath the sound of the approaching vehicle. The shot went wide, disappearing into the darkness behind him. He dove for cover as I struggled to my feet, staggering toward the embankment overlooking the road. The vehicle below was slowing, its headlights revealing a Forest Service truck. An evening patrol, right on schedule. I had 1 bullet left and used it to fire straight up into the air. A universal distress signal. Help. I screamed, my voice breaking. Ranger down. Whether the driver heard me over the engine was irrelevant. I saw my silhouetted form at the roadside and braked hard, gravel crunching beneath tires. I half slid, half fell down the embankment, landing in a broken heap at the roadside just as the truck's door flew open. Thompson, a voice called Julie Whitaker, the new ranger who transferred from Yellowstone last spring. God, what happened? Shoot her, I gasped, pointing toward the tree line as she ran to my side. Armed? Up there. Julie's hand went immediately to her sidearm as she positioned herself between me and the forest, eyes scanning the darkness. The truck's headlights illuminated the lower portion of the embankment, but couldn't penetrate the dense trees beyond. How bad are you hit? She asked, not taking her eyes off the potential threat. Pippa managed, the adrenaline fading and pain returning in crushing waves. Lost a lot of blood. She reached into her pocket with her free hand and pulled out a radio. Dispatch, this is Ranger Whitaker. Officer down at mile marker 17 on Forest Service Road 42. Gunshot wound, active shooter in the area. Need immediate medical and police response. Over. The radio crackled. Copy that, Ranger Whitaker. All units responding. ETA 15 minutes. Can you transport the injured officer? Julie glanced at me, assessing. Affirmative. Dispatch. Moving to Sandpoint ER now. Advise responding unit shooter is in woods north of mile marker 17 with high-powered rifle. Believe Remington 700 based on sound. Roger. Copy that. The advised state police and sheriff's department are being notified. Julie holstered her weapon and helped me to my feet. The road spun violently, darkness encroaching at the edges of my vision. She half-carried, half-dragged me to the passenger side of her truck, constantly glancing toward the tree line. "Stay with me, Thompson," she urged as she buckled me in, then ran to the driver's side. "The hospital's 20 minutes away. You can make it." The truck lurched into motion, tires spitting gravel as Julie accelerated hard down the forest road. I pressed my hand against my wound, feeling warm blood still seeping through my fingers. The cab light revealed just how soaked my uniform was, a deep, glistening red that looked almost black. "Did you see him?" Julie asked, her eyes flicking between the road and the rearview mirror. Briefly, I mumbled, fighting to stay conscious. White male, beard, hunting clothes. "Any idea why he targeted me?" "Ruby Ridge," I whispered. "He said I was the face of it, the government." Julie's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Jesus, the Weaver standoff. That was federal marshals, not park rangers." "Doesn't matter," I said. My voice fading as shock deepened its hold. "Uniform's enough. To badge is enough." The truck fishtailed slightly as we hit the main highway, Julie pushing the engine to its limits. Red and blue lights appeared in the distance. State police responding to the call, heading toward the park as we sped away from it. "Stay awake," Thompson, Julie commanded, reaching across to shake my shoulder when my eyes began to close. "Tell me about your retirement plans." "Florida? Arizona?" I forced my eyes open, focusing on her voice like a lifeline. "Spokane, I managed. Teaching job. For Sarah. Kids in high school now." "That's right. Your girls, Emma and Lily, right? Keep talking about them." But the Mards wouldn't come. The truck's heater blasted warm air, but I couldn't stop shivering. Cold had settled into my bones, a deep, penetrating chill that seemed to reach my very core. Julie kept talking, her voice becoming more urgent as my responses grew fewer and weaker. The lights of Sandpoint appeared ahead, salvation in the form of street lamps and emergency room illumination. The hospital entrance blurred before my eyes as Julie screeched to a halt at the emergency bay. Medical personnel materialized around the truck, voices overlapping in urgent professionalism. GSW2, right hip, significant blood loss, BP dropping. "Your 2 large-bore IVs in now." They transferred me to a gurney, the movement sending fresh waves of agony through my body. Above me, fluorescent lights streaked past as they rushed me into the trauma room. A doctor leaned over me, her face swimming in and out of focus. "You're going to be okay," she said, with the practiced confidence of someone who had said those words thousands of times before. "We're gonna take care of you." I tried to nod, but my body no longer seemed connected to my will. Darkness gathered at the edges of my consciousness, a welcoming void that promised an end to pain. The last thing I remember before surrendering to unconsciousness was Julie's voice, fierce and determined as she spoke to someone in the hallway outside. "Find him. Whoever did this, find him." I never did find him. The FBI joined our ranger team in scouring Kinniksu for weeks afterward. They found boot prints in what they believed was a sniper's nest overlooking the valley where I was shot, but no shell casings, no witnesses, no suspects. During my recovery, an agent shared their prevailing theory that my attacker was likely radicalized by the Ruby Ridge incident, seeing all government officials as legitimate targets for revenge. The timing and location made it plausible. We were less than 100 miles from where the Weaver standoff occurred. Years later, after the Oklahoma City bombing, I wondered if my attacker and Timothy McVeigh had attended the same militia meetings, read the same manifestos, nursed the same grievances against a government they saw as tyrannical. I never returned to Canucks. My retirement became medical disability instead, with surgical scars and chronic pain replacing hiking trails and forest patrols. The doctors told me I was lucky. The bullet missed my femoral artery by millimeters, and despite extensive damage to muscle and bone, I retained the ability to walk, albeit with a pronounced limp. Sometimes I dream about that valley, about the crack of a rifle and the feeling of being hunted. I lie gasping, sheets soaked with sweat instead of blood. The phantom pain in my hip is as fresh as it was on that October evening and sometimes in crowds or restaurants or shopping malls, I find myself studying the faces of bearded men, wondering if my hunter is among them. Whether he regrets what he did, takes pride in it, went on to hurt others, or if I was his singular statement against a system he despised. They'll never know, but I survived. That has to be enough. 23 years as a park ranger, and I've never told this story. Not officially, at least. Some things don't belong in incident reports. Some experiences defy the clean lines of our training manuals. But as I approach retirement, I find myself needing to document what happened that autumn in the North Cascades, if only to convince myself it was real. The Skagit Range is unforgiving, 70,000 acres of dense forest, sheer cliff faces, and hidden valleys where the sun barely reaches. Cell reception is a distant memory once you're 5 miles in, and even our radio equipment struggles against the mountains, ancient resistance to modern intrusion. I've been stationed in Outpost 17 for 8 seasons by then. A simple cabin, nestled between towering Douglas firs, built in the 1940s and renovated just enough to keep the roof from leaking. The town rooms had a wood stove, shelves of equipment and emergency supplies. The windows faced the trail and a small clearing I'd carved out for official vehicles. Beyond that, wilderness stretched in every direction. That particular September had been unusually quiet. The summer hikers had thinned out, and the winter adventurers hadn't yet arrived. Just me, the constant wind through the canopy, and occasional visits from my supervisor Martin during supply runs. I was reading The Indifferent Stars Above by Daniel James Brown, a historical account of the Donner Party, when the first call came in. A family of 4, 20 miles northeast of my position, hadn't returned to their campsite. The father had written a letter to the police. He had radioed in that morning, saying they'd spotted unusual tracks and wanted to investigate. They carried a satellite phone, but hadn't responded to calls for 6 hours. Standard procedure. I gathered my pack, equipment, first aid kit. The light was already fading, but I knew that territory well enough to navigate in low light. I'd found lost hikers in worse conditions. What I couldn't have known was that this search would lead me to question everything I understood about these forests and about what might inhabit their deepest regions. I logged my departure in the system, locked the cabin, and headed out. The autumn air carried that specific crispness that precedes winter, and leaves crunched beneath my boots as I followed the main trail before branching off toward the family's last known coordinates. 4 hours in, night had fully descended. My headlamp carved a tunnel through darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. The forest was silent, too silent. No owls, no rustling of nocturnal creatures. Just the sound of my breathing and footsteps. That's when I first felt it. The sensation of being watched. I've spent most of my adult life in wilderness. I know the feeling of animalized tracking movement, curious deer, cautious bears, the rare mountain lion. This was different. This felt deliberate, intelligent. I stopped, switched off my headlamp, and listened. Nothing. Then from perhaps half a mile away, wood striking wood, 3 distinct knocks evenly spaced, followed by a pause and then another 3 knocks. My radio crackled, "Base to Ranger Thompson." Any sign of the Sullivan family? I nearly jumped out of my skin. The knocking stopped immediately. "Negative," I responded, trying to keep my voice steady. Continuing northeast. "We'll report when we reach their last known position." As I switched my lamp back on, something large moved in the periphery of my vision. Just a shadow, gone before I could turn. But the impression it left was of something far taller than any bear moving on hind legs. I told myself it was exhaustion, tricks of light and shadow, and the power of suggestion from those strange knocking sounds. I didn't believe it then, I don't believe it now. Because scratched into a tree trunk at eye level, fresh enough that sap still seeped from the marks, was a crude symbol, a vertical line with 3 horizontal branches, like a simplified human figure, but wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. I took a photo with my digital camera and continued walking. The feeling of being watched never left. Dawn broke through the trees as I reached the Sullivan family's campsite. The tent remained pitched, sleeping bags still inside, and backpacks leaned against a tree. Food properly stored in a bare canister. No signs of struggle or panic, they had simply walked away and not returned. I found their tracks easily enough. 2 adults and 2 children around 10 years old, all wearing hiking boots, led northwest, following what looked like a game trail. But alongside them were other prints, large humanoid footprints, easily 18 inches long. In ranger training, they teach us about pareidolia, the tendency to see patterns where none exist. When people claim to see big footprints, it's usually overlapping bear tracks or erosion patterns or hoaxes. I've explained this to countless hikers who come running with evidence. These were different. Perfect toe definition, clear midfoot, obvious arch, depth consistent with something weighing at least 500 pounds. And they were fresh from yesterday's soft rain. I photographed them with my camera, placing my own boot beside one for scale. Then I followed both sets of tracks deeper into the forest. 2 miles later, I found the first anomaly. The family's tracks continued forward, but the large prints veered sharply left, up a nearly vertical slope that no human could climb without equipment. The impressions continued straight up, as if whatever made them simply walked up a 75-degree incline. I kept following the family's path. Their stride length increased gradually. They'd started walking faster, then running. The children's tracks sometimes dragged, suggesting the parents were pulling them along. 5 miles from their campsite, I found the father's satellite phone smashed against a rock. Deliberate, not dropped. And nearby, hanging from a branch at about 7 feet high, the mother's jacket torn along one sleeve. My radio crackled again, making me flinch. Face to Thompson. Status update. I reported finding the campsite and the signs of the family moving quickly through the forest, but hesitated about mentioning the large tracks. Something held me back. If I reported big footprints, I'd have search and rescue. Rolling their eyes, thinking I was wasting time on folklore while a family was missing, I'm tracking them northwest from their site. They appear to be moving quickly. Request additional teams to spread out from my position. Copy that. Helicopter will be overhead within 2 hours, weather permitting. Teams deploying from North Access Road. As I put the radio back on my belt, I heard it again. 3 knocks, closer this time. Then from another direction, an answering series of knocks. I froze, straining to listen. A child's voice called out, distant but clear. "Hello? Is someone there?" I shouted back. "Park service." "Stay where you are," and broke into a run toward the sound. I found the 2 Sullivan children huddled in a shallow cave formed by fallen trees. The girl, about 12, held her younger brother protectively. Both were dirty, scratched, but largely unharmed. "Where are your parents?" Isari asked, dropping to a knee beside them. "They told us to hide," the boy whispered, when the tall man came. "What tall man?" I asked, pulling out my first aid kit to check them for injuries. The girl looked past me into the trees, at the one that's watching us right now. I turned sharply. The forest appeared empty, but the feeling of being observed was overwhelming. I handed the children water and energy bars while trying to raise base camp on the radio. Static answered me. "You need to move," I said, helping them to their feet. "Can you tell me what happened to your parent?" As we began walking south, back toward established trails, the girl spoke softly. "Dad saw big footprints yesterday and followed them. Last night, something started throwing rocks at our tent, not hitting it, just around it, like it was trying to scare us. Dad grabbed the satellite phone and said we needed to leave. We started walking, but Mom kept saying something was paralleling us through the trees." She paused, her grip tightening on her brother's hand. "Then Dad saw it, really tall, covered in dark hair. He yelled at Mom to take us and run while he tried to call for help. We ran, but it cut through the forest and got ahead of us somehow. Mom pushed us toward that fallen tree and told us to hide and be quiet no matter what we heard. Then she ran in another direction, screaming to draw it away." "When was this?" Last night. We heard Mom yelling for a long time, getting farther away. Then nothing. The knocking sounds came again, now from 3 different directions, surrounding us. "You need to move faster," I said, lifting the exhausted boy onto my back. "Keep close to me." We hadn't gone 50 yards when we found the father's backpack hanging from a branch, 12 feet off the ground. The helicopter thundered overhead just as we reached a clearing large enough for visibility. We waved frantically until the pilot acknowledged us with a dip of the nose. Within 20 minutes, a rescue team reached our position and safely handed the children over for medical evaluation. "What about our parents?" the girl asked as a medic wrapped a thermal blanket around her shoulders. "We'll find them," I promised. Which was true, but I didn't say in what condition I expected to find them. Search coordinator Ellis, a 20-year veteran of mountain rescue, pulled me aside as the children were led away. "Thompson, what the hell happened out here?" "Those kids are talking about a tall man stalking their family." I hesitated. I found unusual tracks following the family's trail, large, humanoid prints. Ellis' expression shifted from concern to annoyance. "Their prints, you mean?" "Probably a black bear curious about humans in its territory." "These weren't bear tracks," I insisted. "I've been ranging these forests for over 2 decades and know the difference. And I know traumatized kids can say crazy things and tired rangers can misinterpret evidence," he countered. "I've got search teams spread across 5 miles. Stick to the facts, not campfire stories." He assigned me to Team 3, continuing the search for the parents along the northwest vector. 4 of us moved through the forest in standard search formation, calling out periodically and listening for responses. Another ranger, Diaz, fell into step beside me. "He found weird footprints," she said quietly, like the ones Manning reported last year in Olympic National. I glanced at her. "Do you believe that report?" She shrugged. "Manning quit after 20 years and moved to Arizona. Never went camping again. Something happened to him out there." We walked in silence for a while before she spoke again. "My grandmother was Snohomish. She called them Statikai, the forest people. Said they were guardians who became angry when humans disrespected the wilderness. Her own father claimed to have been taken by them as a child and returned days later. You think that's what happened to the Sullivan parents?" "I don't know, but I know these mountains had names and stories long before we started drawing maps and building ranger stations." As afternoon faded toward evening, you found a man's boot beside a stream and scraps of torn clothing. The evidence painted a clear picture of someone running desperately through rough terrain. We pushed on as light failed, switching to thermal imaging equipment. That's when we heard the scream, not quite human, not quite animal. A long undulating howl that echoed through the valley and sent birds exploding from the canopy. The four of us froze, instinctively moving into a defensive circle. Mountain Lion suggested Taylor, the youngest ranger on our team. "Maui," Diaz whispered. That was no cat. Our team leader Parker raised his radio. Team 3 to base, we have an unidentified vocalization approximately half a mile northwest of our position. Request permission to investigate. Negative. Lights failing. Return to base camp. We resume at dawn. Parker hesitated, looking at us. Standard protocol was clear. Night searches were dangerous and largely ineffective unless there was imminent threat to life. There could be survivors, I said. We could have 4 more missing persons by morning, Parker countered. We followed protocol. As we turned back, I saw something move at the edge of my thermal scope's range. A large heat signature, upright at least 7 feet tall. I raised the scope, but it had vanished between the trees. "Did you see that?" I asked Dia. She nodded slightly, her expression grim. Like I said, my grandmother had stories. That night at the base camp, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the Sullivans, possibly still alive, waiting for rescue that was retreating to safety. I remembered the books in my cabin, folk tales collected from indigenous tribes throughout the Pacific Northwest, accounts from early settlers, modern encounter reports. There were patterns across centuries of stories, consistent details that couldn't be coincidence. Shortly after midnight, I made my decision. I gathered emergency supplies, left a note explaining my actions, and slipped away from camp. I was going back out. Protocol be damned. The forest at night is a different world. Familiar landmarks transform, distances stretch, and sounds carry differently through the cool air. I moved silently, using a red-filtered light to preserve my night vision. The Sullivan parents had been missing for over 36 hours now. Exposure alone would be a serious threat, not to mention injuries or whatever had been stalking them. I reached the location where we'd heard the scream and methodically worked, outward in expanding circles. An hour in, I found fresh disturbance, broken branches, disturbed earth, signs of something large moving through the underbrush. Following this trail, I discovered what appeared to be a primitive structure deep in a ravine. Tree limbs had been woven between standing trunks, creating a crude shelter about 8 feet tall. Around it, smaller trees had bent and twisted into patterns that couldn't have occurred naturally. Whatever this was, it hadn't been built by casual hikers or hunters. As I approached cautiously in my light, something reflective, a woman's watch hanging from a branch. The crystal cracked, but still glinting. This is Sullivan's, almost certainly. I drew my sidearm, standard issue for wildlife defense, and moved closer to the structure. The entrance was a low opening, requiring me to crouch. The smell hit me first, a powerful, musky odor unlike anything I'd encountered before. Not decomposition, thankfully, but deeply animalistic. Inside, my light revealed a dirt floor lined with vegetation. No fire pit, no tools. But pressed into one wall were obvious handprints. Massive handprints with 5 distinct fingers, imprinted into clay-like soil. Something rustled behind me. I spun around, weapon raised. Mrs. Sullivan lay half-conscious in the corner, partially covered with branches and leaves. She was pale, hypothermic, but alive. No obvious injuries beyond scrapes and bruises. "Mrs. Sullivan," I whispered, holstering my weapon and rushing to her side. "I'm with the Park Service. We're going to get you out of here." Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused. "He took David," she mumbled, "carried him away." "Your husband?" "Owen. Last night, it brought us here, kept watching us, left food, berries, raw fish, then took him." Her voice was hoarse, barely audible. "It's intelligent. It understood when I cried about my children. I gave her water, wrapped her in my emergency blanket, and tried calling for backup. The radio returned only static. We were too deep in the ravine. "Mrs. Sullivan, can you walk? We need to move to higher ground." She nodded weakly. I helped her to her feet, supporting most of her weight as we made our way out of the structure. The night had grown quiet naturally. No wind, no animal sounds. Just our labored breathing as we climbed slowly out of the ravine. A branch snapped loudly behind us. I turned, shining my light between the trees. Nothing visible, but the feeling of being watched had intensified. "It's coming back," Mrs. Sullivan whispered, terror sharpening her voice. "Keep moving," I urged, one step at a time. We'd nearly reached the ridge when 3 distinct knocks echoed through the forest, so close they seemed to surround us. Mrs. Sullivan stumbled, nearly falling. "That's how they communicate," she gasped. "They've been doing that since it took us." "Dad," I asked, helping her over a fallen log. "There's more than one." As if in confirmation, answering knocks came from multiple directions. A complex pattern almost like language, too coordinated for any known wildlife behavior. We crested the ridge and I immediately tried the radio again. This time I got through. "Emergency," I said. "This is Ranger Thompson. I've located Mrs. Sullivan alive. We're approximately 3 miles northwest of yesterday's final search position. Subject is ambulatory, but requires immediate medical attention. We are being pursued." "Repeat." "We are being pursued," came the response, barely audible through static. "Stay in position. Helicopter deploying with spotlight, ETA 15 minutes. "Negative," I replied, "cannot remain stationary. We'll move toward clearing at coordinates 48 points mark with flares." I helped Mrs. Sullivan continue forward, both of us jumping at every sound. The knocking had stopped, but something large was moving parallel to us through the trees, just out of sight, but audible as branches swayed and undergrowth crushed beneath heavy steps. "What about David?" Mrs. Sullivan asked, her voice stronger now as adrenaline took effect. "Search teams will keep looking," I assured her, though privately I doubted her husband was still alive. We'd covered perhaps half a mile when something massive stepped onto the path ahead of us. My light caught only a glimpse before it moved, a wall of dark hair at least 8 feet tall, bipedal. It made no sound as it crossed the trail, but I caught the distinct impression of eyes reflecting my light. Mrs. Sullivan froze, her fingers digging into my arm. "That's not the one that took us," she whispered. "That one was smaller." Before I could process this information, rocks began to hit the ground around us, not thrown directly at us, but close enough to create an unmistakable pattern of threat. They were trying to hurt us, I realized. Away from the clearing, back toward the ravine. I fired a warning shot into the air, hoping the sound would discourage them. The forest fell silent momentarily, then erupted in response. Howls and screams from multiple sources, a cacophony of inhuman voices communicate what could only be rage. "Run," I told Mrs. Sullivan, pulling her toward the clearing. "Don't stop." We crashed through the underbrush, abandoning stealth for speed. Behind us, I could hear heavy footfalls gaining ground. Something dark moved in my peripheral vision, keeping pace effortlessly. The trees thinned ahead, revealing stars. The clearing was just 50 yards away. Oh, something caught my pack, yanking me backward with incredible force. I slit the straps and shoved Mrs. Sullivan forward. "Keep going," signals ahead. I turned, raising my weapon, and found myself face to face with what decades of scientific consensus insists doesn't exist. 8 feet of muscular, hair-covered humanoid stood before me. Broad shoulders, massive limbs, a sloped head set directly on those shoulders with no visible neck, and eyes, deeply intelligent eyes, studying me with what I can only describe as calculated assessment. It reached for me with hands larger than dinner plates, fingers splayed. I fired. The shot echoed through the forest. The creature recoiled, not from injury. I'm certain the bullet missed, but it did so because of the sound and muzzle flash. It retreated into the darkness, disappearing with improbable silence for something so large. I backed away, keeping my weapon raised, and ran for the clearing. Mrs. Sullivan had reached it already and was waving a flare I'd given her. The red glow illuminated her exhausted but determined face. The helicopter appeared minutes later, its spotlight cutting through the forest canopy to find us. As its runners touched down, I looked back toward the tree line. 3 pairs of eyes reflected the aircraft's powerful light. Watching, assessing, remembering, we lifted off, Mrs. Sullivan already receiving medical attention from the paramedic on board. Below us, the creatures kept pace with the helicopter for nearly half a mile before the aircraft's speed finally outmatched them. You saw them too, right? Mrs. Sullivan asked, clutching my hand with surprising strength. Tell me I'm not crazy. I saw them, I confirmed quietly, so only she could hear. David always wanted to find Bigfoot, she said, tears filling her eyes. He read every book, followed all the online forums. That's why he followed those tracks. He was so excited. When we landed at the command post, everything became a blur of activity. Mrs. Sullivan was whisked away to a waiting ambulance. I gave a preliminary report, carefully omitting any mention of bipedal creatures or woven structures. Instead, I described finding Mrs. Sullivan disoriented in the forests, likely having wandered in her hypothermic state. I reported hearing large wildlife moving through the area, possibly bears, and rocks falling from ridgelines. Search Coordinator Ellis gave me a long look. T.I. said you took off in the middle of the night against direct orders. I had a hunch about the ravine system, I replied. Turns out I was right. And the pursuit you reported on the radio. Wildlife. Bear, probably. Mrs. Sullivan was delirious from exposure. Ellis studied me, then nodded slowly. Get some rest. Full debrief at 0800, we're still looking for the husband. I knew they wouldn't find him. 3 days later, the search for David Sullivan was officially classified as a recovery operation rather than a rescue. Teams found scattered personal items. His jacket, 1 boot, his wallet, but no body. The official report cited animal predation as the probable cause of death, with remains likely scattered by scavengers. Mrs. Sullivan and her children relocated to Colorado after the incident. Before leaving, she visited my cabin. I told them bears attacked us, she said, sitting stiffly at my small table. But David sacrificed himself so I could escape. Mom would believe the truth. I know, I replied. I've been thinking about how long they've been out there. How many missing hikers over the decades might be attributed to them? They're not just animals, she said with certainty. The one that took us, it brought food. I made sure we had water. When I showed it pictures of my children, it cried. It left and returned with the watch I'd given my daughter for her birthday. Like it was telling me they were safe. But it still took your husband. Her eyes dropped. David tried to escape, attacked her with a rock, I think. I think they have territories. Consequences for defiance. After she left, I dug out the camera with the footprint photos, only to find the memory card corrupted. My written report mentioned no structures, no handprints in clay, no bipedal creatures tracking us through the forest. Some truths don't belong in official records, but I began researching in earnest. Indigenous legends spanning centuries, early settler accounts, modern encounters documented in obscure journals and online forums, consistent descriptions of behavior, physical characteristics, and communication methods. The wood knocks, the rock throwing, the strategic intelligence. 6 months later, I received a package from a university anthropologist who had interviewed the Sullivan children. Inside was a child's drawing, tall, hair-covered figures with long arms surrounding a family. One figure was extending what appeared to be berries toward the human. The note accompanying it read simply, "The children's therapist says this in trauma fantasy. What did you really see out there, Ranger Thompson?" I never replied, but I requested permanent assignment to Outpost 17. 5 years have passed since the Sullivan incident. I'm still at Outpost 17, turning down promotions that would take me to more developed areas. The cabin walls are now covered with maps marking disappearances, sightings, and unusual discoveries. Strings connect similar accounts across decades. The Forest Service thinks I'm eccentric but effective. My rescue success rate is unusually high because I know where to look and, more importantly, where not to look. Which ravines should I avoid? Which ridges are boundaries? The territories I've mapped through careful observation. I leave offerings now, dried fruit, honey, at specific boundary markers. Not as superstition, but acknowledgement, respectful distance. When hikers go missing, I find them faster by thinking like something that knows these forests better than any human could. 3 nights ago, I awoke to 3 distinct knocks on my cabin wall. Outside, I found fresh tracks in the snow leading to the tree line and a crudely woven structure of branches and twigs. Examining it in the dawn light, I realized it was a miniature replica of my cabin down to the chimney and porch. A message, perhaps a warning, perhaps recognition. That evening, I placed a similar structure at the forest edge, acknowledging receipt of their communication. By morning, it had been taken. I'm retiring next month. My replacement arrives next week for training. I prepared the official documentation, the patrol routes, the emergency protocols, all the things a ranger needs to know. But there's another set of notes hidden beneath the loose floorboard. Information about territories and boundaries, communication methods, the true meaning of different woodknock patterns, the significance of twisted trees and rock arrangements. Well adjourned through careful observation and respectful distance. You'll watch my replacement carefully. If they seem ready, if they demonstrate respect for the forest and its secrets, perhaps I'll share what I've learned. Perhaps they too will learn silent guardians who parallel their patrols, occasionally visible at the corner of vision, before melting into ancient shadows. Because the truth I've come to understand is this. We've never been alone in these forests. We've never been the only intelligent species walking these mountains. The difference is that they know everything about us while we've barely acknowledged their existence. They watch. They remember. They communicate across vast distances. They have culture, territories, rules, and they've been here long before us. When hikers vanish without trace, when experienced outdoorsmen report strange encounters, when children draw pictures of tall watchers in the trees, we dismiss it as fantasy or misidentification. We file it away, find rational explanations, move on. But out here, in the Dop wilderness where cell phones fail and ancient trees block the sun, rationality has different boundaries. Different truths emerge. I'll leave my maps and notes for whoever comes next, whether they believe will be their choice, whether they are worthy of them. Knowledge will be for the watchers to decide. As for me, I've purchased a small cabin 50 miles north of here. Not quite civilization, not quite wilderness. A respectful distance, close enough to hear 3 knocks on my wall when something significant happens in the forest. Close enough to maintain the equilibrium I have helped establish in my small corner of the wilderness, because I know now what most will never accept. We've been sharing these mountains all along with something ancient and intelligent. Something that watches, remembers, and occasionally, when humans venture too far into places they shouldn't, enforces boundaries older than our written history, They took David Sullivan. They could have taken his entire family. They could have taken me on multiple occasions. But that didn't. There's wisdom in these mountains, moving on two legs through shadows, watching, waiting, protecting territories we claim to manage but barely understand. And sometimes late at night when the forest falls unnaturally silent, I wonder if they're studying us as intensely as I've studied them. Learning our habits, our weaknesses, our capacity for destruction. I wonder what conclusions they've reached. I listen for knocks in the darkness and always answer. There's a stillness to these woods that people from the city never quite understand. It's not the absence of sound, it's a presence, something alive and breathing. I've been a ranger at Blackwater National Forest for 15 years, and that stillness still follows me into my dreams. My cabin sits on the edge of the northwestern quadrant, about 30 miles from the nearest town. The Forest Service built it in the 19th. All sturdy pine logs and simple furnishings, solar panels and a satellite phone are the only concessions to modernity. Management wanted to install cameras and sensors throughout the park, but I fought against it. Some places should remain untouched by technology's gaze. Tonight, as I write this account by lamplight, the wind pushes against the windows with unusual force. It reminds me of something I read in Stephen King's The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon about how the wilderness isn't just indifferent to human suffering, sometimes it seems actively hostile. 3 days ago, I received a call about hikers missing on the Coldwater Trail. A family of 4 had ventured out for a day hike and never returned to their campsite. Standard procedure dictates assembling a search party, but a storm was moving in and backup couldn't arrive until morning. Sometimes waiting isn't an option. I grabbed my pack, emergency supplies, first aid kit, flares, GPS, and my trusty rifle, not for the wildlife you'd expect. Bears are predictable, mountain lions keep their distance. It's the other things that concern me. The search and rescue logs in this region contain peculiar details that never make the official reports. Unusual track patterns, items arranged in geometric formations no animal could create, and the sounds, low, resonant vocalizations that carry for miles through the valleys. Did you hear that? A hiker once asked me during a rescue, like something huge walking on 2 legs. I nodded but said nothing. We don't talk about these things officially, but among rangers the stories persist. As I locked my cabin and headed toward Coldwater Trail, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Not by anything human. The forest was unusually quiet that evening. No birds? No insects? Just silence and the sound of my boots on packed earth. What happened over the next 72 hours changed everything I thought I knew about these woods. About what lives here, about what's possible. The thing about working in wilderness rescue is that everyone expects a happy ending. Find the lost hikers, bring them home, file the paperwork. But as I headed deeper into Blackwater that night, following the beam of my flashlight into the gathering darkness, I knew this would be different. I've seen strange things in these woods over the years. Tracks that shouldn't exist, tree structures no human could build, and sometimes just at the edge of my peripheral vision, something large moving between the trees. The locals have a name for it, the old-timers who lived here before the land became federal property. They called it the Watcher. I never gave it much credence until now. I picked up the family's trail near Coldwater Creek. Their footprints told a story, casual walking patterns suddenly transforming into a chaotic scramble. Something that spooked them. Something big. Hello? I called out, my voice swallowed by the dense forest. Forest Service? If you can hear me, respond. Only silence answered. Then faintly I heard it. A low rumbling vocalization that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Not quite animal, not quite human. The hairs on my neck stood up. In 15 years, I never heard anything like it. I quickened my pace, following the family's tracks deeper into the darkness. Whatever had happened to them, whatever had scared them, I was now walking straight toward it. The tracks led me to a small clearing about 4 miles from the trailhead. What I found there defied explanation. Family's belongings, backpacks, water bottles, a child stuffed animal arranged in a perfect circle. In the center lay a single boot, adult-sized, caked with mud. No signs of struggle. Their blood, just a deliberate arrangement that no animal or panicked human would create. I documented everything with my camera, though I knew these photos would likely never appear in any official reports. Some things get classified or simply lost in the bureaucracy. A user on a forum I frequent, Wilderness Watcher 76, once described finding a similar scene in Olympic National Park. The circle of items wasn't random, they wrote. It was like communication, something trying to use human objects to speak. As I examined the clearing, the feeling of being observed intensified. The forest remained unnaturally quiet, as if holding its breath. I called out again for the missing family, my voice echoing through the trees. No response. I decided to establish a base camp in the clearing. If the family returned, they would come back for their belongings. I set up my tent, built a small fire, and prepared for a long night. Around 2 a.m. I was awakened by heavy footsteps circling my camp. Not the cautious movements of a bear or deer, these were deliberate bipedal steps. The fire had burned low, casting just enough light to see the edge of the clearing. I reached slowly for my rifle, keeping my breathing steady. The footsteps stopped. Then came a sound I'll never forget. A series of wood knocks, rhythmic and intentional. 3 quick taps followed by 2 slow ones, then silence. After several minutes, I worked up the courage to shine my flashlight toward the sound. The beam caught something moving between 2 massive pines. Something large, covered in dark hair, walking upright. It disappeared before I could process what I'd seen. I spent the remainder of the night with my back against a tree, rifle across my lap, replaying the encounter in my mind. Was it a bear? Impossible. The gait was wrong, the height too great. A human in a suit. How'd he hear miles from anywhere? Absurd. As dawn broke, I found tracks at the edge of the clearing. 18 inches long, humanoid but not human, pressed deep into the soft earth. Whatever left them was heavy, much heavier than a person. I photographed these as well, knowing they'd be dismissed as bear tracks or a hoax. The Forest Service has an unwritten policy about such findings: document and forget. Some rangers claim evidence disappears from locked file cabinets. Reports get rewritten. Witnesses are transferred to different parks. I've always followed protocol, kept my head down, but finding that family mattered more than institutional silence. With morning light, I discovered a new trail leading away from the clearing. Broken branches and disturbed undergrowth headed northwest, toward the most remote section of the park. The family hadn't left these signs. They were too high up, broken 8 feet above the ground. I followed this new trail, moving cautiously, my senses heightened. The forest had resumed its normal sounds, birds calling, insects buzzing, as if whatever had silenced them had moved on. After an hour of tracking, I found a child's shoe beside a massive footprint. Then another footprint, then another. The trail was becoming clearer, more deliberate, as if whatever made it no longer cared about being followed. By midday, I reached Black Ridge Overlook, a rocky outcropping offering views across the valley. Below me stretched miles of unbroken forest. In the distance, I spotted an anomaly, a structure of some kind, not marked on any map. Too regular to be natural, too crude to be man-made. As I studied it through my binoculars, a movement caught my eye. Something massive emerged from the tree line below the structure, walking upright on two legs. It was at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark hair, moving with surprising grace for its size. It turned and looked up directly at me. Even from hundreds of yards away, I felt its gaze lock onto mine. It raised one enormous arm, pointing deliberately at the structure, then back at me. It wasn't threatening me. It was inviting me. The descent from Black Ridge Overlook took longer than expected. The terrain was treacherous, with steep slopes covered in loose shale that shifted underfoot. Twice I nearly lost my footing, saved only by grabbing onto saplings growing between the rocks. By the time I reached level ground, the afternoon sun had begun its descent behind the western mountains. I checked my GPS coordinates and marked my position. If search and rescue came looking, they'd need to know where I'd gone. The structure I'd spotted from above was still a mile away, hidden now by the dense forest. I followed game trails when possible, keeping my orientation by checking moss growth on trees and the position of the sun through breaks in the canopy. As I drew closer, I began finding unusual arrangements in the forest. Stick structures formed complex geometries, rocks stacked in impossible balances. Reminiscent of something I'd read in a Reddit thread, where a backcountry guide described finding similar constructions in remote areas of the Yukon. These weren't random or natural, they showed mathematical precision and understanding of structural integrity. Whatever built them was intelligent. The thread had been deleted within hours of posting. Half a mile from the structure, I found the first clear sign of the missing family. A torn piece of fabric from a blue jacket caught on a thorn bush, fresh enough to have been left recently. The pace quickened. The forest changed as I approached my destination. The trees grew larger, older, with thick canopies that blocked much sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably. The ground became spongy with centuries of accumulated leaf litter, muffling my footsteps. Then I saw it. The structure. Not building in any conventional sense, but a complex arrangement of massive logs and branches woven together and partially covered with vegetation. It resembled a huge nest or den, but with distinct chambers and a central opening that served as an entrance. It stood only 15 feet tall and twice as wide, nestled between ancient cedars that seemed to form natural pillars supporting its weight. No human could have built this without heavy equipment, which was impossible to bring deep into the wilderness. I approached cautiously, rifle ready, but not raised. If the family was inside, I didn't want to appear threatening. If something else was inside, well, I doubted the rifle would make much difference. Hello? I called out, stopping 30 feet from the entrance. Forest Service, is anyone there? Silence. Then faintly, a child's voice, help us. I rushed forward, caution abandoned. The entrance was larger than it had appeared from a distance, easily 8 feet tall, forcing me to stoop only slightly as I entered. Inside, the structure opened into a space larger than my cabin. Filtered light entered through gaps in the woven ceiling, and there, huddled in the far corner on a bed of soft grasses, was the family, mother, father, and 2 children, a boy around 10 and a girl, perhaps 7. They were alive, unharmed, terrified. Thank God, the father said, his voice hoarse, or are we rescued? I approached slowly, taking in the surroundings. The interior was surprisingly dry and clean. Various forest materials, pine needles, moss, grasses, had been arranged to create distinct living areas. In one corner sat the family's backpacks, neatly placed but apparently untouched. Are you all okay? I asked, kneeling beside them. Are you hurt? The mother shook her head. We're fine. It brings us food and water. It doesn't want to hurt us. I looked at her sharply. What do you mean? The father glanced nervously toward the entrance. We were hiking, got turned around after dark, and we heard something following us. We ran, but herded us here like a sheepdog with sheep. It's kept us here since... What is it? I asked, though I already knew their answer. The little girl looked up at me with wide eyes. The forest man, she whispered. The boy nodded vigorously. It's huge, covered in hair. It walks like a person, but isn't a person. I helped them to their feet, conducting a quick medical assessment. They were dehydrated despite the water they claimed they'd been given, and hungry, but not starving. No injuries beyond minor scratches and bruises. We need to move, I said, checking my watch. We have maybe 3 hours of daylight left. If we hurry, we can reach a ranger station before dark. As I helped them gather their belongings, I noticed markings on the interior walls. Crude symbols etched into the wood. Not random scratches, but deliberate patterns that repeated in sequences. It makes those, the mother said, following my gaze. It sits there for hours, carving with its fingers. I photographed the symbols quickly. Something about them seemed familiar, though I couldn't place why. We exited the structure into the afternoon light. The family stayed close, jumping at every sound from the forest. I kept them moving at a steady pace, following my GPS back toward established trails. We covered perhaps half a mile when we heard it behind us, heavy footsteps breaking branches, moving fast. "Run," I said quietly. Then louder, "Run." We crashed through the underbrush, the family ahead of me as I brought up the rear, constantly checking behind us. The father carried the younger child. I helped the boy navigate the difficult terrain. Whatever pursued us was gaining ground, moving through the forest with the ease of something that had lived there for generations. "Don't look back," I instructed them. "Just keep moving." The sounds behind us grew louder, not just footsteps now, but vocalizations. Low, rumbling calls that seemed to come from multiple directions. Were there more than one? A post I'd read on a cryptid forum years ago came back to me. They hunt in family groups. They communicate. They coordinate. At the time, I dismissed it as fantasy. Now, hearing those calls, echoing through the trees, I wasn't so sure. We reached a small stream, and I made a quick decision. "Into the water," I ordered. "Walk downstream. It might mask our scent." The water was knee-deep and ice-cold, numbing our feet as we waded along the rocky bottom. The mother stumbled once, nearly dropping her pack, but the father caught her arm. The children were silent, wide-eyed with fear, but following instructions perfectly. After several hundred yards in stream, I directed the family up the opposite bank and into a dense thicket of young pines. The close-growing trees would make it difficult for something large to follow. I hoped. "Rest," I whispered, setting down my pack. 5 minutes, not more. They collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. I distributed water and energy bars from my supplies, watching their faces in the fading light. The father met my eyes, a question forming. "What are they?" he asked quietly. I hesitated. The indigenous people of this region had stories about forest giants. Every culture does, really. Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Wendigo, different names for similar entities. "Those are myths," the mother said, but her voice lacked conviction. "I've worked these woods for 15 years, I replied. "I've seen things that don't match any known species, tracks, structures, heard sounds no recognized animal makes. The Forest Service has files on them." I stopped myself. Official policy was clear about discussing such matters with civilians. "We need to keep moving," I said instead. "There's an emergency shelter 4 miles east. We can secure it for the night and radio for evacuation at dawn." As we prepared to move out, the little girl tugged at my sleeve. "It's not that," she whispered. "The forest man gave me berries. It made a doll from grass." Her mother pulled her close. "Emma, don't," but it's true. The child insisted. It showed me pictures on the wall about people from long ago and others like it that used to live here. I knelt to her level. What kind of pictures, Emma? People hunting them, hurting them, then a forest man all alone? Her eyes welled with tears. It's sad it's the last one. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with my wet clothes. Before I could question her further, a massive crash sounded from the direction we'd come. Something large was plowing through the undergrowth, heading straight for our position. Move, I ordered, helping them to their feet. Stay together, we pushed through the pine thicket and emerged onto a game trail that headed eastward. Perfect. Too perfect. As we hurried along the path, a terrible suspicion formed in my mind. Wait, I said suddenly, stopping the group. This is too convenient. The father looked at me in confusion. What do you mean? This trail is leading us exactly where we want to go. I checked my GPS. Too exactly. As the words left my mouth, a shadow moved across the trail ahead of us. Something stepped out from behind a massive cedar, something tall, broad-shouldered, covered in dark hair. It stood upright on two legs, its face a mixture of human and ape-like features, yet somehow neither. Intelligent eyes regarded us from beneath a heavy brow ridge. The family froze in terror. I raised my rifle instinctively, then slowly lowered it. The creature made no aggressive move. Instead, it raised one massive hand, palm outward in what seemed a universal gesture, stop. Then it pointed deliberately back the way we come toward its structure and made a series of complex vocalizations. Not growls, but something closer to speech. It wants us to go back, Emma whispered. It's trying to protect us. From what? Her brother asks. The answer came with a distant sound that made my blood run cold. Human voices, men calling to each other, and the mechanical growl of ATVs moving through the forests. The creature, I cannot think of it as merely an animal anymore, gestured again with increasing urgency. The sounds of engines and men grew louder. I made a split-second decision. Follow it, I told the family. The father stared at me in disbelief. You can be serious. Listen, I said, keeping my voice low. Those aren't Forest Service vehicles. They're not following any established trail. Whoever they are, they're not here officially. As if to confirm my suspicions, we heard a sharp crack. A rifle shot, echoing through the trees. The creature turned and moved swiftly into the forest, looking back once to ensure we followed. After a moment's hesitation, the family fell in behind me as I tracked the massive figure through the gathering darkness. It led us on a winding path that avoided open areas, staying within the densest parts of the forest where vehicles couldn't follow. Its knowledge of the terrain was impeccable. Several times it directed us around deadfalls or washouts before we could see them. After nearly an hour of hard travel, we arrived at what appeared to be a sheer rock face covered in vegetation. The creature pulled aside a curtain of vines to reveal a narrow opening, a cave entrance hidden by the natural overgrowth. It motioned for us to enter. I hesitated, then ducked inside using my flashlight to illuminate the space. The cave extended about 30 feet into the hillside, dry and surprisingly warm. At the back were of the stick structures we'd seen in the forest, smaller versions arranged like furniture. Crude drawings covered the walls, not just recent markings, but imagery that appeared to have been there for decades, perhaps centuries. The family entered cautiously, the children staying close to their parents. The creature came in last, delicately replacing the vine curtain to conceal the entrance. In my flashlight's beam, I could see it clearly for the first time. It stood at least 8 feet tall, its body proportioned like a human but more massive, covered in dark brown hair except for its face and palms. The face was the most striking feature. Expressive eyes set under a prominent brow, a flat nose, heavy jaw, it's human yet undeniably humanoid, and regarded us without apparent fear. They'll move to the back of the cave where it retrieved something from one of the stick structures, a leather-bound book weathered and water-stained. It held the book out to me. With trembling hands, I took it and opened the cover. Inside was a Forest Service field journal dated. The handwriting was faded but legible. September 14th, third sighting this month. The specimen appears to be female, approximately 7 feet in height. Dr. Keller believes they represent a relic population of early hominids, perhaps surviving in isolation since the Pleistocene. Our orders are to document, but not interfere. Washington wants complete secrecy until the study is complete. I flipped through more pages, reading entries that documented a year-long study of these creatures, their social structures, communication methods, intelligence. The final entry was dated October. New orders received. Operation Silverback is terminated. All specimens to be removed for study. Team arriving tomorrow with tranquilizers and transport. God forgive us. The next page had been torn out, but blood stained the remaining edge. I looked up at the creature. Understanding building. They hunted your family, I said softly. You're the last one. It made no sound, but its eyes conveyed what seemed like decades of loneliness and loss. Outside, the mechanical sounds had stopped. Men's voices called back and forth, closer now. Who are they? The mother whispered. I shook my head. I don't know, government maybe, private collectors. There are people been trying to prove these creatures exist for decades. Others who want to make sure never discovered.
What do we do?
Asked the father. I thought quickly. They're looking for it, not us. At dawn, I'll get you to the ranger station. The report you found. Simple rescue. Never mention any of this. At him? The little girl asked, looking at the creature without fear. I don't know, I admitted. The creature moved to the wall of the cave, pointing to a series of drawings. It showed human and his kind together, not fighting but cooperating, hunting together, building shelters, then images of separation, conflict, retreat into the deep forest. It's a history, I realized aloud. Your history with human. It nodded, then pointed to the children, then back to the drawings of cooperation. You want peace, I said. Coexistence. Another nod. Outside, voices approached the hillside. Flashlight beams played across the vines, covering our hiding place. The creature moved to a narrow passage at the back of the cave, which I hadn't noticed before. It gestured for us to follow, then disappeared into the darkness. We crawled through a tight tunnel that opened into another, larger chamber. This one had a small underground stream running through it, and an opening to the night sky above, providing ventilation. The creature pointed upward, then at me, then made a gesture like using a phone. A signal, I realized. I could get reception up there. I climbed the rough stone wall to the opening, about 15 feet up. As I reached the top, my satellite phone picked up a weak signal. Enough for a text message, not a call. I sent a coded emergency alert to my supervisor, code Silver at Black Ridge. Unauthorized personnel and preserve. Witnesses. There would be an official response force by morning. We already descended, the creature had arranged pine boughs into sleeping pallets for the family. It offered them dried berries and what looked like strips of smoked fish from a stone cache in the corner. The night passed tensely, with the sounds of the searchers occasionally audible through the cave system. The children eventually fell asleep, exhausted from the ordeal. The parents and I took turns keeping watch alongside the creature, who seemed to need little rest. During my watch, I studied our unlikely protector as it sat motionless, listening to the forest. I thought about the journal, about what had happened here decades ago, and what would happen when morning came. They'll come for you again, I said quietly. If they know you exist, they'll never stop. It turned to me with those ancient, intelligent eyes and placed one massive hand over its heart that reached out to touch my chest gently. The message was clear: trust, connection, a choice. Dawn broke with the sound of Forest Service helicopters in the distance. The creature led us back through the tunnel system to a different exit, one that emerged in a dense grove of trees half a mile from where we'd entered. The ranger station is 3 miles that way, I told the family, pointing east. Stick to my story, you got lost. I found you, nothing unusual. What about you? Oh, the father asked. I'm staying, I replied. My decision made during the long night. Someone needs to document what's happening here. Someone official. The mother hugged me impulsively. Be careful. As they prepared to leave, the little girl approached the creature without fear and held out her hand. After a moment's hesitation, it extended one massive finger which she grasped briefly. Goodbye, Forest Man, she said. After the family departed, the creature and I returned to the cave. I used my camera to document everything: the journal, the wall drawings, the structures, evidence of an intelligence that science had refused to acknowledge. I don't know what will happen when my colleagues arrive. Whether this revelation will be buried like all the other revelations, or if this time the truth will finally emerge. What I do know is that these woods hold wonders and secrets beyond what most humans ever imagine. If you're reading this, it means my report made it out, that someone, somewhere decided the truth was more important than the secrets we've kept for decades. The creature, no, the being, watches me writing this account. It understands more than it can say. It has survived alone for too long. It is the last of its kind, but perhaps not for much longer.